Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oi! What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. Greetings, fist bumps, all that. Thank you for being here. My name is Alan Cox. You just heard it, but I'll say it again. Because why not? Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire right over there.
Yo, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is here as well.
Hello.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Sorry, I'm still getting
Running a
set
little
up.
behind.
Yep.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just getting
Were you
set up.
Did you have a glass up to the door to hear farts?
No, I was eating a
become-
salad.
Part of your daily routine? A salad.
Yes.
And what's on the salad?
It was just a chicken salad.
All right, sir. Like it would be in a chicken salad sandwich or a salad with chicken in it?
Salad with chicken. Oh, yeah, I don't like chicken salad. But
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Too mayo-y. It's too mayo-y. Okay, so you've got a salad with chicken in it. How is it dressed?
It was
Scantily?
dressed with ranch and everything in it. And I put it in one of those little Tupperware
Nice and
containers.
healthy.
So I could. Well, that's the only thing that was unhealthy about it. But I had ranch all in it, and I was shaking it. I'm a salad shaker now.
Well, that's
I'm
a
one of
good way
those
to
people.
do it so that you don't have to use much dressing, but everything
Yeah.
gets a little bit of ranch on it.
Yeah, so it was like all smeared around, and yeah.
Nothing sells a salad like saying it's all smeared around.
Well,
Soggy and smeared.
but I do like it like that now, and I was eating it in the break room and just got beside myself. I lost track of time. so
Understood.
I'm
That's
still
okay.
setting up.
Listen, no one knows better than me how a salad can transport you, right? Out of time and space. You forget where you are. You have no concept of your place in the universe when you're tucking into a delicious salad. You know, Saturday Night Live did a bit when Pedro Pascal hosted. The sketch is called Lisa from Temecula. And it was just lightning in a bottle, where Ego Nwodim plays this woman who's like, did you see this, cutting her steak? It went viral. It was very funny if you watched SNL when they did it. Well, when you're on a show like that and you get a hit like that,
You trying it again?
yes, their natural default position is to try it again. And so they tried it again this past weekend when Ana de Armas hosted. And this time it was her trying to dress her salad. And she was asking for ranch, but they brought her balsamic. I had a bunch of listeners ask me if I saw it, and I did. And they said, I swear she said balsamic. And I didn't catch it the first time, so I went back. She didn't say balsamic. But again, this goes to how this program can sometimes really get into people's, there's a Mandela effect sometimes. But I was like, oh, that'd be great if she did. Because a Poundcake threw balsamic at us years ago.
I was gonna say this is going on 6 or 7 years ago.
Well, it might be the very first entry in the Poundcake glossary. I don't think a balsamic has come up in a long, long time. But again, people who have been with us for a long time, they remember these things. And so I went back and watched it. But my overarching point here is it was not that great the second time around. That is a bit that was great kind of as a one-time thing. Yeah, it's not Wayne's World where they're going to rewrite. You're not going to write a whole
Chris Farley show.
Yes.
Where he's just doing the.
There's not a lot of places you can go with a woman who's just making a table shake, But she was like, "Why is my ranch all black?" And they said that's balsamic. That's all we had in the back. And of course, the running joke was, "You got to toss my salad," And she's so. What I'm trying to say is that's how I envision Cody eating a salad in the kitchen. is he's shaking it. You don't have one of those salad spinners, do you? Remember the salad spinner?
Oh, we used to have one of those. When I was growing up, we had one of those. But that was for, like, washing and drying it.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, because you'd spin it after, you'd rinse it off, and then you'd spin it in there to, like, get
Dry
the centrifugal force
lettuce.
would dry, but it wouldn't. It would just be less wet.
It like sprays all the water out to the edges.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so was it worth it?
On that. I mean, I don't think so.
Dude, my sister.
There's no dry salads.
She just posted a picture or a thing on Instagram the other day about how she refuses to buy a salad spinner, and she puts her wet lettuce in a not a cauldron. What are those things called? Colander next to a fan. Next to a box fan. So after she washes her lettuce, she just lets it air dry with a box fan.
That's hilarious.
And her friend actually sent her a salad spinner. I was like, I can't take your hillbilly ass anymore. Just use
I think that's funny.
A salad spinner.
Why is that hillbilly? That's just being inventive. It's being resourceful.
Yeah, but I don't think
taking
the box
what
fan,
you've got and making it all work.
It's probably not that clean. I don't know how often she's cleaning her fan blades.
Yeah, those fans are gross.
Right.
Yeah. So you're saying that it would lead to the opposite effect. You would just end up with dry, dusty lettuce.
Right. You just wash the lettuce, and now it's dirty again. But she now has a salad spinner.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's used it yet.
Has this satellite crashed to Earth? Has anybody been keeping an eye on this?
No.
Okay, so there's a 600-pound satellite that is hurtling into our atmosphere today. It has been in orbit for 2 decades.
Does it have a show on TLC yet?
My 600-pound orbit? No, I didn't. I didn't see that. But it's entering the atmosphere today, and people are getting freaked out because people kind of freak out easily. And again, you don't know. You only know what they're telling you. And they said, yeah, obviously a lot of it will burn up on reentry, but there's a really good chance that some of this stuff will make it to the ground. And so people are worried because they don't know where it's going to land or whatever. Most of the time, these things land in the water because that's what's mostly the surface of the earth is water. But what I thought was weird was, and again, I'm no mathist. Is that the word? Mathist?
Yes.
They said, hey, don't worry. The risk is really low of anybody on the ground getting hurt by debris. They said there's about a 1 in 2,400 chance. That sounded high to me. Based on how
many 2,400?
1 in 2,400.
I'll tell you what. If
there are 8 billion people in the world. Like that could mean, obviously, it's not going to hit that many people, but that could be a lot of people that got hit by stuff. Obviously, it's going to hit. I don't know if it's going to hit in one spot, if it's going to disperse. I don't know. That just seemed high to me.
If I was given 1 in 2,400 odds on anything in the lottery, in the casino, any of that, I'm putting my money on it.
You're putting your money on 1 in 2,400. Those are good odds.
To a gambler?
To a gambler.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good payout.
Okay.
And then I look over and you see a plume of smoke and then the explosion. Then I look and it's like all the walls are gone.
Yeah, that's the guy waiting for the satellite to come down. All right, so 1 in 24. If you're a gambling person, those are really good odds.
They're not really good odds, but they're better than the Mega Millions.
So I'm not off here. Yeah, right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
You have a 1 in 4 trillion chance of winning,
right.
So this thing got shot up into orbit in 2002, and it has been up there, obviously, for 20 years, and it's measuring gamma rays and things like that. But it is coming down into the atmosphere today. And so, again, I don't know where it's even expected to land. I didn't get that far into it. I just zeroed in on the fact that those didn't seem like low odds, 1 in 2,400. There are 27,000 pieces of space junk. It is amazing that any of us can complete phone calls, that our streaming services all work. There's tens of thousands of pieces of space junk just floating in orbit around the Earth. And that's not including like other pieces of debris. Like they determine this is in this group, it's too small to track. And obviously they're moving very, very fast. But when something like this comes down, so I just wondered if anybody had kept their eye on that, if any of this has hit land, if tomorrow we'll see a story, guy in Texas killed by satellite debris.
Maybe.
It's going at about 400 miles per hour. So it'd do some damage, boy. If, if it hits you or hits a loved one or hits a friend, you're probably going to get a little hurt. If a piece of metal from space comes at you at 400 miles an hour, I'm going to go on a limb here and say it might, you could probably result in some bruising, some deep bruising of the head, neck, and chest. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, you can do that. Live 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
It is on like Donkey Kong!
The Super Mario Brothers movie in theaters now. Rated PG.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 5.99% APR 6.08% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Buy your home with Third Federal now. And when rates go back down, you can refinance anytime in the next 3 years for free. Rate lock renews automatically to current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car.
It's who you make it work with.
On Purpose with Jay Shetty. Listen today on your free iHeartRadio app.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show on the Buzzard. WMMS.
Well, she's all you'd ever want. She's the kind I'd like to flaunt and take to dinner. But she always knows her place. She's got style, she's got grace. She's a winner. She's a lady.
Is National Cat Lady Day.
Talking about that little lady.
You assume that our own Marilyn Santora was probably purchasing something for her wretched feline there at home.
Not wretched. Don't you
I've never
talk
met her.
about the Dutch that way.
What's her name?
Duchess. The Dutch.
You know, my best
Dutchingham.
friend growing up, my friend Neil, who has been dead for a long, long time now, they had a giant black lab named Duchess.
Yeah.
So I do like that name, but to soil it on a cat,
Ugh.
oof.
Duchess. Dutchingham Palace. Ham Palace. Ham salad. Ham.
Mostly ham.
Mostly ham.
Yeah.
Palace. New
So
Nosh.
were you aware that it was National Cat Lady? It's not National Cat Day. Cat Lady Day.
No, I did not know
imagine
that.
you proudly consider yourself a cat lady.
Well, what rises to the level of cat lady?
Well, I
'Cause
think that the implication. I think that the.
I think you gotta have more than one cat.
The
I thought that's like a-
yeah, the implication of cat ladies are they're never good. They're the crazy lady on The Simpsons. and-
Right, you got 15 cats and
Right.
you just pour dry litter all over your house.
But
and let
it's
'em-
but it's easy to besmirch people at the extremes, right?
Mm-hmm.
To Bill's point, how many cats before you become a cat person? I think it's 3 or 4.
Yeah, probably.
Right? You don't mind your house smelling like piss, clearly. And you don't have to have 15 to have your life ruined. But if...
Dude, you hate cats so much.
I really don't. I
It's
just like
wild.
poking cat people in the eye. I'm utterly indifferent to cats, but I'm a dog guy. Listen, I'm on
sure.
record. I just like poking cat people in the eye. But no, listen, whatever is your source of calm, right? Whatever keeps you chill, and if that's your cat, nothing wrong with that, right? You can't declaw them anymore, right? Is that the case? You can't.
Very few places. Like it's on the. You'd have to find it on some shady.
You're considered a monster if
Well,
you have to go on
because-
Reddit to get your cat declawed.
Dude, declawing cats, they literally
They're
just
cutting
rip.
their fingers off, yeah.
Well, or they rip their nails out.
Yeah.
Like or they cut, like you said, they cut and cauterize the tops. Like it's a very, very inhumane thing to do.
Yeah, but much like us, I imagine they don't feel their claws, right? Is it just
yes,
keratin?
if someone pulled your nails out from the nail bed with pliers, you wouldn't feel that?
Well, no, you just said, I thought you described another thing where they could cauterize the ends so they wouldn't grow.
No. They cut off the tip of the finger to where the nail bed
yeah.
is. So it'd be like if you cut all your fingers where your nail bed is and then cauterized it.
So they can't just cut excess claw and make it so it's not sharp or it doesn't grow anymore?
That's on you to do. Like I clip my cat's nails
No,
once
I mean,
every week or two.
You
but
couldn't have a procedure done
No.
where, like electrolysis.
It's
where,
just like human fingernails.
Really?
Exactly like human fingernails.
Yeah, but our fingernails don't have any nerves in them. You mean to pull out the whole nail?
Pull out the entire nail.
I
Like how
see.
like the Chinese torture where they put bamboo sticks under there and stuff.
Well, then cats are ancient, right? As far as domesticated partners and whatever. How is this realization of what that does to cats a recent thing?
Well, they usually do them when they're kittens. So they usually do them like pretty early
So it's like
on
a
in their life.
circumcision.
Kind of.
A nail circumcision.
Yes. And then they, I think they just didn't care for a long time. That they were just like, listen, people don't want cats to have claws. We're just going to start ripping them out. But then over the years, the more and more people were like, hey, I can clip my cat's nails. It's not that big of a deal. We don't got to put them
I mean,
through
they
that.
clip dogs' tails. My dog's tail was clipped when we got her.
I don't know the reason for that. Is that an aesthetic thing?
Don't know. I
think so.
Don't know. I think it's so that you can't show them. I think that's what a breeder said. They do it so that people can't show their dog because there are people who don't like dogs being shown or something, or it's a deterrent. I could be getting that all wrong, but that sounds vaguely familiar in my head. But I just remember, like, dating girls who had cats, okay? Not the end of the world, but my primary resistance was those goddamn claws. And so for a long time, I'd be like, oh, no, don't worry about it. She's declawed. And I was like, that's awesome. If there's no chance of the thing scratching me or tearing up my face or jumping on me in the middle of the night, I'm crashing at yours and waking me up, that's fine. But somewhere along the line, people got really, really resistant to that. And now you're like Jeffrey Dahmer if you even mention that you had a declawed cat.
I mean, if she came that way, that'd be one thing. But, like, I got her at PetSmart, and they were like, absolutely not. We don't do that here. There's not many vets that will.
Gotcha.
Like, yeah, it's just people don't want their stuff getting clawed up or whatever. But it's super. I mean, you can do things to prevent that. You know, they got sprays. We put, like, this, like, it's like plastic. I don't have plastic all over my couch, but on, like, the edges, there's, like, it's like sticky plastic you put on there so she can't claw at it.
Okay.
Or you get them, keep their nails clipped and get them a scratching post. You know, then they don't do that. Anyway, I don't know that I'm a cat lady because I only have one, but she is my human baby that I birthed from my vagina. So
Jesus Christ. Gross.
That's the worst thing that anyone's ever said on this show. That is the worst thing anyone's ever said.
Hard to say 13
Can you
years
dump that
in that we
from my brain.
I say that kind of stuff to Brian all the time. He's like,
And it
there's
all
something.
slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
He's like, there's something seriously wrong with you. Because like I'll be carrying her around and she's been real clingy since we got back from vacation. So she's all over me and I'll be like, pay attention to your daughter. And he's like, the thing is not my daughter. I was like, Brian, she's my child.
He has a daughter.
I know. Like, she's my child. You have to appreciate her as a family. He's like,
Stretch me out over 9 more inches.
Disgusting. But she is. She's my baby.
Well, all right. As long as you're psychologically sound with having just one cat.
Yes.
What stopped you from getting multiple cats?
I love her enough. I don't need to.
All right.
Although I do feel sometimes she could use a friend.
I think to multiple cat owners, you're probably considered a quitter.
Probably. Yeah. But I mean, I probably would have gotten another one if I had done it sooner. Like when she was also a kitten. Because she's like a grumpy old bitch now. I don't know that she would take kindly to another cat coming into the house.
Also, I have to think that women who have multiple cats, they're kind of planning for the future because obviously that stereotype is like a middle-aged spinster, right? And if you have a bunch of cats, you're going to lose them by attrition, but you'll always have cats. You'll just cycle through. If you have one, let's say things go south with Brian. Mm-hmm. Back to you and the Dutch, right? You've still got a companion there.
Yes.
You'll be a middle-aged spinster.
At 34?
Well, no. I mean, I'm giving you guys...
You're saying 10 years from now?
Yeah, I'm giving you some rope, right? However long it takes for the two of you to get sick of each other and, you know, to file, let's say, mutual orders of protection, okay? However long that possibly could be, at least you'll have the cat. Right? He has a human child.
Correct.
You'll have the cat, and you'll be okay.
Who is also my human child.
Who's also your human child.
That
Bill,
came from
if
my
you
vagina.
birthed her from her vagina,
Stretch me out over 9 more inches.
If you recall... let me give you some money here. It is another $1,000. Don't sleep on these because each one of them, somebody gets $1,000, and I hope it's you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Come on, come on, come on, yeah. It's the Cavalier. In the town, because this is the town where we're now living.
Our own Bill Squire at the Cavs game last night. The Cavaliers did what they said they would do, and that was beat the Knicks in Game 2. So it's 1 apiece, and actually beat them by a wider margin than Game 1 ended up being. Knicks only beat the Cavs by like 4 or 5 points on Saturday.
Right.
They got 20. No, they got 17 points on them last night. Is that right? 107-90? Is that 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
They won by 17.
So they won by 17 points.
Most of the game.
Now, Game 3 will be Friday night back in New York. That'll be an 8:30 tip-off.
New York.
Hey, I'm live from New York. How do you like this?
It's the Knicks.
Isn't that who Mary's character was in that movie? Hey,
yeah. I'm a big-time agent.
I'm a big-time agent
you
from
don't know
New York.
Me.
Hey, bagels, pizza, the Mets. Bill and Rob, our intrepid program director, went to the game last night, and by all accounts, I'm saying by all accounts, I haven't heard anything. I assume you guys had a hell of a time.
We had a fantastic
Did you bond?
time. Yeah,
Are you besties now?
I mean, Rob and I have gone to games before. We've hung out a few times, so Rob and I are becoming good buds. And we met up with Keith Kennedy and Stansbury. I had a beer with them before the game. But
Yeah, they were all here before the game, yeah.
So we had a beer at the game, and then we went over to our seats, and we had some pretty decent seats. And then my buddy Mark that works over at Hilarities, he's like, hey, there's 2 empty seats next to me. Why don't you just come down with and sit next to us in the lower bowl? And I was like, okay.
Oh, this is getting better and better.
So we get down there.
How does the Hilarities guy have better seats than the guys from the FM flagship for the Cavaliers?
Because Mark is that guy. He's just
But we're
that
the
guy.
FM flagship radio station for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Mark knows an executive that he knows a higher up. He's good friends with a muckety muck, like a high
So
up
are we.
muckety muck.
You're being very
obviously-
diplomatic, and I appreciate that.
I mean, but I'm also just telling you how Mark
know,
is. Like
I know.
Mark's the best, and he's so we
not
go
his
down
fault.
there. Yeah. So I go down there, and I'm sitting with him for a few minutes during halftime, and then I get this message on Instagram from Tony, and Tony's like, "Hey, I'm too."
Now, who's
sweets
Tony?
Tony's one of our customers. He's a listener, and he's like, "Hey, I'm like 2 suites over from you. I saw you just come down here. You want to come in and have a drink in the suite real quick?" And I was like,
So you guys within the span, give me the time frame here. You go from Loudville to the lower bowl.
"Well, we weren't in Loudville. We were in the club level.
Oh, that's right. Club
level
to lower bowl,
lower bowl.
up to suite.
To a lower suite.
Lower suite.
Like one of the founders level.
So is this a lateral
What they
move?
cut- No, because
I didn't
once
think
you're
so.
once you're in the suite, you got free food, you got free drinks. It's it's a good move. And we get in there, and it is Poundcake's day job suite.
Hell yeah!
And he wasn't there.
And he wasn't there.
No. I thought you were.
But
I thought you were doing.
I did their Christmas party a few years ago, so they're like, "Oh, hey, Bill," they were. I've met them, so they were happy to have me in there.
Tony, does his last name start with an N?
Yeah.
Tony N-word is what they call him.
Yes.
Listen,
Let me
Poundcake,
check.
I thought you said that your friend wanted to go for tacos and basketball.
So she works for the organization, but what she was saying was, do you want to get tacos and watch the game? Not, do you want to go to the game?
That's confusing for someone who works there.
Right.
I'm saying she probably sold her seats. So that's probably what it was.
Well, this guy actually he doesn't work for your company. He was just a friend of somebody that was in there.
Oh,
So a +1 got you into the suite.
Well, friend or like he's a client with, I don't know. It's like
He's
a shared
connected.
suite too, I think.
Yeah, I think it is, but I haven't. The last time I was at that suite was the last time we had a radio event. Like the company wide went to a Cavs game, and I remember you guys were in Loudville.
Oh, yeah, and you peeled off and went to the
and I went
suite,
down
yeah.
there. So yeah, that
So
was
you
the
know
last time
that
I was.
suite is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good
So
time.
We ended up in there, and I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna make fun," because your whole thing was like, if you go to the game, you don't even care.
Yep.
You just need to be better seats than me and Rob.
I want to be one row further. That's all I
Yeah.
care about. Just one row further than Bill. And you guys were just.
And
in
you didn't
there.
even get into the game. You just got tacos.
That was my bad. I misunderstood because she was just like, "Hey, you want to get tacos and watch the game?" And I'm like, yeah. So I was like, "Are we getting tacos at the game? Are we having the tacos before, or what are we doing?" She said, "No, we're gonna watch
Sitting
the game
at my house and watching the game.
Well, we went to a restaurant, but she was just hungry, and I was like, "Okay, well, either way."
A great game though. Very fun.
So, did you get any scoop? Everybody's working remotely, though, aren't they, Poundcake, at your morning job?
Not everyone.
Oh, okay.
No, not everyone. And we have
any dirt on Poundcake as far as his morning crew goes?
No.
He well, that company is not. It's one of our sister companies. There's several that company owns. So I don't work for that one.
Oh, these aren't but these are your coworkers?
Yes, it's.
Or these are people that work for another division of your company?
It's an operating company within a company.
So you know the people that Bill was up there with?
I didn't see them, but I'm sure I probably have seen them in passing.
Bill, they told you they know Cody?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There were some people that worked directly with him that were there because I remember them from the Christmas party.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it was great. We got to go in there and hang out and watch the rest of the game, and and it was just funny to end up in Poundcake's
That's
other
awesome.
company's suite.
I said, hey, wait a minute. He posted the picture. I got some talking to do. Maybe if I actually.
But how did you not know about that?
Because I'm not physically in the office anymore, so I don't know.
Right, but there's no email that goes out that goes, hey, we have a suite, first 12 people who hit me up. I mean, that's what happens here.
No, I have no idea how any of that works.
I think they had some clients in there.
Probably,
there was some.
yeah,
there were kids in there. Like it was,
It's a free-for-all in there.
It's higher ups because there were definitely people in there. Like I'm like, oh boy, these guys, like, are doing good.
They're muckety muck.
Yeah, I have never asked to go to the suite. I don't know how that works. Whenever I'm at a game and someone from my job is there, then why do I sound echoey? I sound weird. Whenever I'm at a game and someone from where I work with is there, they'll be like, "Oh, come down to the suite." So that's the only time I've ever ended up there.
It's the way to watch
Cool.
anything.
Anyway, okay, so Bill was there.
I'm kind of in that boat with Cody too, though, because like for something I'm not super into, which I do like basketball. Playoffs are different.
No, but he's into free food.
But I am too. Like if it's something or like a concert that maybe isn't my favorite band, but I'm going with a friend, if they have a suite, that's going to be way more enticing for me to have some snacks and some pop and somewhere to sit that's real, you know what I mean? Like,
but you're missing. I'm not going out of my way to get free food. Like if I'm at the game.
The suites have free food, don't
No,
they?
I understand, but what I'm saying is if you had been privy to that going on, I imagine you would have kind of wrangled your way in, if for nothing else than the free food.
So in this suite, they had Quaker steak.
Oh, they had catered.
Yeah, but it was like, but I don't know if it was catered or like somebody just bought it and brought it in.
Can you do that? If
I
you have a
think
suite,
so.
you can kind of do whatever you want,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, but they were just kind of all sitting there.
It's like the purge in there.
And we
You do
got there
whatever you
after
want.
halftime, and it didn't seem like it was just like it wasn't set out like it was catered. It was set out like people
like
had
to-go
eaten.
boxes?
Yeah, like, and so
Oh, wait, there's a Quaker steak
in the
in
arena.
there. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
they just brought it down the hall.
They just brought it down the hall, and Rob and I are looking at her like, are those wings up for grab? And I was
Those
like,
are food?
I'm like, I'm not about to eat a wing in here. Like, I'm not about to like open. Like, because it's
Someone's
that plastic
to-go
top.
box, yeah.
Oh,
And,
really?
Like, it makes that noise where you're like crinkling. You're like, I just wanted a chicken wing.
But anybody who's in there, I would imagine that it's for
It's
whoever's
free
in
game.
there. Yeah.
I'm sure they would have been fine with it, but I was just,
And the people come in.
I wasn't that hungry. It wasn't that big a deal, but it was just funny. Like Rob and I just kind of had this like, should we eat some of these wings? Because it looks like nobody else is going to eat them, but it was fine.
It's always funny whenever the food gets low. What I love about those suites is whenever the food gets low, they have like an attendant there, and they're like, "Oh, looks like you guys are running low on fries," and they bring in a big steaming thing of fries. They just pour it right in. I'm like,
oh, more fries. Low, we're getting low on fries, and then they bring them in. Oh, yummy.
I mean, that is a perk.
That's
If
a great perk.
I have a friend, well, it's actually Brian's best friend. He works for a hospital around here, and they have a suite. And so whenever they get like extra tickets to concerts and stuff, that's always the selling point. Where he's like, "Hey, you might not be into super into this band, but if you like pizza and chicken tenders, like you come have a couple beers and hang out."
For Bert Kreischer, I was in a suite, and that was like they had a pretty big old spread, and we went to
Love food,
dinner.
man.
We went to dinner beforehand,
You
so
rookie, what are you doing?
well, because we didn't. I mean, the sweet food. It's nice that it's free, but
It's pizza and wings.
it's pizza and
fries,
wings and fries
yeah.
and stuff like
Pub
that.
food.
And we wanted to go to
Might get a slider
like
every now and
a
then.
decent. I mean, we wanted like my girlfriend wanted. We don't get a lot of Saturdays together. 'cause
Your girlfriend,
we're always
grandma?
Yeah, shut up.
My girlfriend, grandma.
We don't get a lot of Saturdays together because I'm either busy or she's busy, and so we're like, hey, let's go to a nice restaurant before we go.
Marble Room.
And we went to we went to Cordelia, and that was fantastic.
You can go to the Wolfpack.
Well, that's not close to the
Proffrey, or
that's
was
not
it?
close to the arena.
Oh, I see.
Wolfpack Chorus.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. All right, so you got to mingle, rub elbows with people that Poundcake kind of knows.
Do they talk mad crap about me? They're just like, "Oh, I can't believe."
can't tell you what they said.
No, because they barely know you. That's why.
Well, I don't know.
He's like, "Hey, I know Poundcake," and they're like, "Who?"
They did
Cody
say that
Brown. Who?
He doesn't know that you go to some websites you shouldn't go to during your job.
No, absolutely not.
Was that true? Or are you making that up?
I'm making that up.
Oh, come on. That'd be great. I'm looking for dirt, man.
Yeah,
There is no dirt.
No, there
fake
was
dirt.
no dirt. There was, it was a good game, so everybody was just talking about the game mostly.
I'm like, they told you that? Oh my God.
Yeah, but thank you to, thanks for having us. It was a good time. We had a very good time down there, and it was fun to catch up with Stansbury. I haven't, Stansbury
We just saw him at opening day.
At opening day, but there were so many people, I didn't really get a lot of one-on-one time with him, so it was nice to chat with him for about 30 minutes before the game started. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I've known Stansbury for 15 years.
Yeah.
And it's been nice to kind of have him back on the station, but also just be able to catch up and like kind of rekindle that friendship.
Oh, rekindle.
Yeah.
I like
Did he
Stansbury.
fill in for you on your
No.
10 minutes till
2
medal
hours
time?
midnight?
10 minutes till death time?
No, because we thought that we were going to get I was out of town, and I thought we were going to get preempted by the Cavs.
Okay.
Pat Butler was out of town for a few days, too, so I said, we got to scratch this week. We'll be back this Saturday.
Okay, so back this Saturday.
Back this Saturday, that's right.
2 hours.
With another 2 hours of metal
until midnight.
on the buzzard till midnight. Not until midnight.
I'd say let them know.
Let them know
2
about
hours
2 hours to
until
midnight.
midnight.
2 hours to midnight. Okay, listen, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And 100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
All right, it's a return of Warren Haynes and Government Mule. If you want to go see the Mule, they're going to do a show here in Cleveland at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. That is Tuesday, May the 9th. That is not far off. Tickets, info, everything else at MasonicCleveland.com. Government Mule. Not sure who's with him, but they're a good live boy. Car 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
For the record, this is as interesting as they get.
I mean, it's as interesting as a morgue. It might be less interesting than a morgue.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS Buzzard Radio.
World's in trouble, and that's no lie. But somewhere in the future, we're all gonna fly. So
Some brand new Government Mule that they dropped a week ago, maybe, called Dreaming Out Loud with Ivan Neville. Government Mule seems like a band that Mary would be into.
Yeah, this is like the sound I like.
They're pretty good, yeah. If you like the Allman Brothers, you probably like Government Mule.
I don't really like the Allman Brothers. I'm more of a Cashew Brothers kind of fan, but
I didn't say almond.
sounded like you did.
Nevertheless,
You're a professional broadcaster, Alan. You need to enunciate.
I guess so. Almond Brothers.
The
Sorry,
Allman
the
Brothers.
Almond Brothers. A great anecdote of kids, younger generations, who are discovering music that has been around for a long, long time as though they're the first people to hear it. And we've all done this when we were younger, because you don't know anything when you're younger, right? Just fundamentally. My wife, many years ago, was talking to my wife, talking to her cousins, and she was talking about the Avett Brothers, which is another band that people are into. And her younger cousin said, "Do you mean the Allman Brothers?" And she's like, "No, dummy. Pay attention to what I'm saying."
I used a literal different word.
A literally different word. One is a nut.
One is an Avett.
And one is an Avett.
They're the Mounds versus Almond Joy.
There you go. Sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't. The Guardians got a real barn burner going after getting swept by the Tigers in Detroit. They got rained out, I think, Monday night, so they had to do a doubleheader yesterday, and they lost 4-3, 1-0. There has just become a score in the bottom of the seventh. It was 0-0 up till then at Comerica Park. It's now 3-1 Guardians in the bottom of the seventh. So maybe they can pull one out there and hopefully not to complete the sweep there in Comerica. They will be back here at home on Friday. Cavs will be in New York. The Guardians will be here at home to play the Marlins of Miami. I don't know how well they're doing. Obviously, it's too early to tell how anybody's doing. Other than the Tampa Rays. They are murdering everyone right now. They are a great, great... it's unfortunate when a team like that is doing so well because there's never anybody in the stands.
Yeah.
No one cares about the Tampa Rays, and it sucks because, for a long time, they stunk. And you could understand why nobody was there. And then they started doing really well, and there's still nobody there.
Yeah, they're 15-3.
15-3. They're murdering everybody. Doing great. Cleveland is going to Cleveland, though. Lesser people not familiar with the city might consider it cursed in many ways, because anything with the name Cleveland attached to it can sometimes find itself on the wrong side of something. They just christened a new Navy combat ship. The USS Cleveland was just christened the other day, and seconds after it launched, it slammed into a tugboat. And
That's on the tugboat. Get out of the way, tugboat.
And sustained some damage. Normally, you'd think, I don't know, do they still christen it with the champagne bottle like in Caddyshack? Do they still do that? But they break the boat, they slam the champagne handle against it, and then the U.S. Navy said that during the launch, this was in Marinette, Wisconsin, that the USS Cleveland had just been christened as a brand new member of the U.S. Navy combat fleet. whereupon it slammed into a tugboat. Nobody got hurt. There were no personnel problems.
But it damaged the ship.
Damaged the ship, the USS Cleveland. I was dropped into the Menominee River.
All right, Gordon Lightfoot, do your thing.
That's right.
Boats bumping into each other. Write a song about it and make sure it's long.
Yeah, the longer the better. Navy said the tugboat was too close to the ship because of miscommunication. Well, yeah, sure. Hey, get that tugboat away from my Navy combat ship.
Keep that Navy combat ship away from my tugboat.
Away from my tugboat. You got your chocolate and my peanut butter. The USS Cleveland cost us, because we're the ones who pay for these after all, $800 million.
No.
They say it will be able to reach and defend more coastal, blah, 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 blah.
Like the coast of Wisconsin?
Hey, never underestimate. That's where you've always got to remain vigilant. You never know.
Keep an eye on those Canadians
That's
and Michiganders.
Right. You never know where the Ruskies are going to sneak in. People coming all the way up from Cuba into Menominee Falls and then sneaking their way in. The Undersecretary of the Navy is a man named Thomas Modley, who is a native Clevelander. And his wife smashed the sparkling wine bottle across the bow to christen the ship. So they did that whole thing. I guess they still do that. They do that, where they slam the... used to be champagne. You'd crash some Vouv against the bow of the ship or whatever. And then they were like, so long. Like when they used to say goodbye to everybody when the love boat would pull out.
Right.
Right? You'd be waving to Brenda Vaccaro and you'd say goodbye to Paul Lind. And you'd wave to Isaac, the bartender.
My girlfriend got such a kick out of the story yesterday of Mary being into the Munsters.
Why?
She just thought it was so funny, like, of all the shows to be like, yeah, I was a fan of that before my friends were. And she's like, who were her friends?
Normal 11-year-olds who weren't watching black and white television.
Yeah.
But you said your friends got into it in college.
Mary's a Munsters hipster.
Yeah.
Yes. No, whenever that channel came around.
MeTV, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, it's probably, 10, 15 years old now, but
that's also how every kid knew about old shows.
Yeah.
Is because these channels were retro channels. They just had these shows in their catalog, and they're like, let's show I Love Lucy and the Munsters. And,
Yeah.
It was just, I was telling her about that segment and how I snuck in on I Think You Should Leave reference. And that's what I was trying to tell her about because she loves that show too. But she just got completely hung up on like
me loving the Munsters.
You loving the Munsters. And she's like, I cannot figure out Mary. I have no idea.
Dude, the more stories I tell.
But what's her job? Tables!
Tables! I don't know how to hear any more about tables.
Oh, boy.
The more stories I tell, the more I'm like, I was a weird kid. I never thought I was
We
a
were all
weird
weird
kid.
kids in our own way.
Yeah.
You know? But I was
But
probably
we were
a pretty
aware
weird
that
kid.
we were weird kids.
I don't think I was aware of it.
I
Or I just didn't care enough. You know what?
That's the goal.
But that's the best thing.
I knew I was a weird kid, and there was nothing I could do about it. If you're weird and you don't care.
But I don't think
That's
that
the
I
best.
even knew that it was weird. Like when we had that whole debate on that liar who put out a special.
The magician.
Yeah.
The illusionist.
Sure. The
Derek
liar.
Delgaudio.
A horrible,
The great,
sadistic liar.
talented Derek Delgaudio.
When we had that, and
Amazing.
Bill,
The roulettista.
you said something to me where you're like, things like this don't connect with you because you are a confident person who knows who they are. And I was like, I think I've been that way since I was a little kid, where I
Right.
just am like, I have had so much confidence in my life that was probably pretty undeserved, where I just walked around like, listen, I know what I like. I do what I like. And if you don't
That
like
was my
it,
nice way of saying you're a narcissist.
I know, but it's true because even as a little kid, if I'd go to school and talk about the Munsters and someone tried to make fun of me, I'd be like, well, you're wrong because that
Yeah.
show's awesome. And obviously, but people.
See, between religion and being a bedwetter,
Yeah.
I had so much shame.
Zero confidence.
Just ingrained in me. Then also on top of that, I'm one of the smallest kids in class. I'm a late bloomer. Like, there wasn't a moment that I was feeling confident as a child.
He wasn't
except
even-
for when I was making people laugh. That's the only
Yeah.
time I'm like, okay, this is the thing I can do.
He wasn't even confident in his abilities to stay dry.
Right.
I
on a
rarely
regular
ever
basis.
felt insecure or embarrassed. And I think back on that, I'm like, that's probably a problem. Like, you should have those feelings in your developmental stages. Like,
I don't know. It's all right. Like I kind of wish there's probably a medium that we needed to find.
Right,
Like
yeah.
like I was way too shameful, and you were not
Zero shame.
Zero shame.
But I did feel shame whenever we would talk about like family stuff. Like I didn't have birthday,
there it was. Yeah, you
birthday
get that.
parties and things like
Yeah.
that. You know, because my house was a hoarder house.
Mhm.
But when you said that, and then we were talking about the Munsters yesterday, I was like, people probably thought I was so weird. But I had so much confidence that they're like, "Is it weird? Like, are
Well,
we the
but
ones
if
that
you were
are-"
if you were embarrassed about those other things, then your confidence with your friends at school is probably like your patina.
100%.
Yeah, it was your defense mechanism.
I ruled my school.
There you go.
because in my head, at least, where it was like,
Well, sure, with all those cool Munsters references,
Obviously.
nobody could touch her in the 4th grade.
this is the place where I can excel. This is the place I have control over. You know what I mean? There's no control in my home life, and nothing goes the way I want it to here. So at school, I can be this guy. You know?
So this wasn't you being at home and going, I just like the Munsters. This was you at school telling kids, you don't know the Munsters. What are you, a dick?
I'm saying that
this is
if-
public knowledge
not-
that Mary Santora was way into the Munsters.
No, not just the Munsters. I'm saying anything, even religion. If
Anything
people
you
would-
were into.
Anything I was into,
You
were,
owned it and were like,
Yes.
it's
You're
Mary's
the
way,
idiot.
or
Yeah. You don't like
you
that
suck.
thing? You
Yeah.
must be pretty dumb.
Well,
to
you've
not like
you've carried that into adulthood
100%.
by your own admission. You foist very poorly thought out opinions as fact all the time on this. Constantly.
Constantly. I'll have heard 15 seconds of one TikTok, and I repeat it like, you guys are wrong. I don't care if you have an almanac.
I saw memes like, I read recently, and it's really just, I watched a TikTok earlier.
100%.
If Mary could lease out bits of her confidence to people,
I would.
a lot of people would be in a better place.
Yeah. But I think it's harmful. Like your girlfriend saying, I can't figure her out. I'm like, neither can I, dude. Neither can my therapist.
Yeah, but figure what out? You liked the Munsters when you were a kid.
Yeah.
No, but I think it really just goes back to that was your defense mechanism for the things that you were ashamed of. And just like I used humor to diffuse situations because I was small and a bedwetter. So like anytime I could just make people laugh, I'm like, okay, people like me, because I didn't have any confidence in who I was, because I felt like an outsider because of my religion. I felt like an outsider because I was a bedwetter. Like it just really just kept me on edge all the time, because like you're always like, are people going to find out? How are they going to, deal with it? And I'm working on a chunk of material about that right now. And it's very funny, but like, as I'm writing it, there's definitely
Still
parts
stings?
where you're like, oh yeah, like the amount of times that you only got to sleep over at a kid's house once.
Yeah.
Like you're
They
like,
just
oh, the
never asked
parents,
you
the
back.
parents said, nah, he can't sleep over here anymore. Like that kind of stuff.
Did you pee your sleeping bag?
Well, I would wear a diaper so it wouldn't like get on their stuff, but it was still like they knew something was up.
I want to hang out with a diaper kid.
Yeah. We're not gonna. You're not hanging out with the diaper boy.
Well, our thing was, when we were kids, our thing was that we just didn't identify with what other kids were doing. We weren't having sugar cereals. We weren't watching pro wrestling. We weren't even allowed to watch the Three Stooges. We couldn't have like toy guns. So there were all these things. We didn't have cable. There were all these things that like friends of mine and my peers were way into or knew about, and I had no idea whatsoever what they were talking about.
You were more sheltered than I was.
I didn't even think of it as sheltered. It was just like, these are things that we're not allowed to do or whatever, and
So if you were at your friend's house and they put on wrestling, would you say like, I'm not allowed to watch
No,
this?
it wasn't
Or
like
would-
that.
Okay.
It was just my parents weren't like, you're not going it wasn't even like that. It was just like they thought the Three Stooges were
You just didn't
violent.
have friends.
I had friends, but it was like they thought the Three Stooges were violent and they didn't want us watching Three Stooges.
Well, my question is, if you went to a friend's house and they had pro wrestling on and you're watching it, were you like into it? Were you trying to play along? Like,
my
hey, I'm
friends
into this
were
too?
pretty much nerds like me, so we'd be up in my friend's attic bedroom reading comic books and Mad Magazine. So it really wasn't that big of a deal, because you're not going to gravitate toward kids that are 100% different than you anyway at that point. There were a couple kids, I'd stay over, but it was like in a group, and I was very much like trying to pretend like I knew what they were talking about, And I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go home and read comic books. I got some sperm news here, by the way. Very important. Sperm news special edition for our own Bill Squire, who finds himself in the pages of Hustler magazine. This is the brand new issue of Hustler, which I didn't even realize was still in print.
It is in print.
But it is. Is this the April or May issue?
This is the May issue.
Ha-has, oohs, and ahs is what the article is called, and our young Bill Squire gets the whole front article splashed there.
I'm in the table of contents. There's a few more.
Who's on the cover?
I don't. Some lady. And
lady with big boobies?
Not as big as mine.
Simone
I got the biggest
Kitty.
boobs in the magazine still. Take that.
Simone Kitty is her name?
Kitty. She's
Kitty.
the cover honey. Which, when Bill brought this in today, you guys saw my reaction. I quickly realized I have never seen pornography in print. I have never, like, I had
Mary's flipping through going, there's penises in here. Like, yeah, it's a porno mag.
Because I've seen, like, my friends growing up had, like, Playboys, so I saw boobs and
But
stuff.
that's nothing. That's like...
This is, like, real porn.
Yeah, Playboy's like porn for Disney. Like, it's for people
It's
who
just
think
nudes.
that... Yeah, it's nudes. Yes.
Yeah, this is
artfully
like-
done.
Porn, yeah.
Hustler's full penetration.
I didn't know that. And I've seen it's different on your phone in the dark by yourself. When you see it in the daylight at your job in a magazine,
That's a weird place to see porn. You're right.
very uncomfortable.
And then you're like, oh, and there's my friend's face.
As soon as I walked in, Bill pulled it out and I looked, I was like, oh my God. And I opened
Pulled out
it.
the magazine.
Pulled out the magazine. I opened it to a random page and I went, oh! And then I closed it real quick because I was like, this doesn't seem appropriate.
That's a wiener at work.
It is.
In front of a giant picture window here.
yeah.
We're just leafing through Hustler.
Our boss came in and was like, congrats, brother.
Yeah, hey, saw you in Hustler. I got my subscription this morning, man.
In the words
Brown
of Mary
paper.
In the words of Mary Santora, nothing matters.
Nothing matters. It's just so weird to see it, but congratulations.
Thanks.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
super exciting.
It's a
How
fun
long has this
article.
been in the works?
I did the interview back in, I want to say, it was a while ago. I want to say like October or
Oh, wow.
November. And then I had to send the photos in a few weeks later.
Now, did they require you to send at least one nude?
They didn't require it, but I
Just
made sure they had it.
Yeah, just keeping in spirit of the publication.
But yeah, it was pretty cool. So thank you, Missy Martinez, for. I better make sure I got Missy or Misty. Uh-oh.
Can we find it?
Let me.
Yeah, I didn't even know Hustler magazine was still in print. I know that there's Larry Flint's
Missy
Hustler
Martinez.
Yeah, Missy
Hustler
Martinez. I
Club
thought I
in
got it
Cleveland. Had no clue that Hustler was still around.
Yeah.
Where do you buy these? At
Hudson
the porn
News.
Star? Well, I'm asking. They don't sell them at like. I've never seen one at a gas station.
No, I think they have them usually
Airport.
behind the. At some places, if like I think a Walgreens and stuff like that, they'll have them behind, like where they have the cigarettes and stuff.
Like a 7-Eleven will
Yeah.
have them in the black
Yeah.
plastic so that you can't see the cover.
Oh.
If that's how they
Or it's
still
got
do
like a
it.
sleeve on it that covers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I will say this.
But you
if
still have to.
If you want a Hustler magazine, you're gonna find where to buy one.
Well, yeah.
But you also, if you were going to do that, you'd also have to ask the old lady at the checkout for a Hustler magazine.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is maybe it's because I'm at work, but looking through these pictures, didn't get it going the same way that videos do. Because
Well,
I'm
yeah.
looking at it and I'm like, this is like people were so into this, and some people probably still
Well,
are.
that used to be the option though. It was way more difficult and expensive to buy like videos though. Yeah,
DVDs, yeah.
DVDs and VHS. They were expensive, or you'd have to go and rent it. So,
Or you sit in
the
one of those
magazine
little-
was the way to go.
You sit in one of those boxes in the
just
back of
so
like the
weird.
adult mart.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Just to see it all out there is just it's jarring. It's just like, wow, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a porno movie on pause.
But it doesn't make sense to
Seeing
me.
if I can see a little
Doesn't
bit.
make sense to you.
Like, I get why they do it, but it's like nowadays, this doesn't make sense to me nowadays.
That they still
Why
have
would be?
this,
Yes.
yeah.
That's why I had no idea it was still a publication.
But you know what? There's probably dudes, maybe some women, who have had their subscription for 30 years.
Yeah.
That are like, this is
This
my
is the way
choice.
I
This
like
is
to
what
do
I
it,
like.
yeah.
Well, this is called Top Guns and Forrest Hump. The world's best porn parodies.
Well, and it's got to be weird too for people because Hustler's been around a long time, right? With Larry Flint's Pride and Joy. It's been around a long time, and it's got to be weird to be one of those old school Hustler girls or like porno actresses who are like late 50s, early 60s now, and they're like, I have 5 kids, I have 3 grandchildren. You know, like any one of your kids, you've got to be upfront about it because any one of your kids can be like, hey, that's my mom.
I think it probably ruins porn
my mom
for
was
you.
tart of the month. Nothing can ruin porn for you if you enjoy pornography.
But think about it.
As long as you're not watching your mom or grandmother in it.
But I'm just saying, if your sister did porn, and there's always a chance that you might stumble upon a video on because no one goes to like a specific website to watch a porn.
Yeah.
It's all on streaming, so you might.
You gotta hope you don't finish when she pops up.
Well, I like this, Bill, because obviously you're featured in it. Again, I'll show that he's got the full page.
What page does it start on?
Page 30.
Page 30.
Page 30, Bill's face. But on the front, it says 8 celebrity comics.
Yeah.
Bill's a celebrity comic.
That's right.
And then even on the inside, it says Hustler asks 8 famous jokesters.
Jokesters.
So, Bill's a famous jokester.
He's a famous jokester.
That's
he's
awesome.
He's a merrymaker. Anyway, go get it's April or May?
May.
The May
It's the latest issue
of Hustler magazine on newsstands now.
Yep.
With our own Bill Squire.
And there's like a Q&A, and I have I feel like some funny answers in there. Some of the people were giving really long answers.
I was just looking at that.
And
I'm
my
like, there's
answers
a
are
lot
like
of
quick
really
and
long
punchy.
answers.
Like I try to keep them quick and funny to it, where it's just like.
Here I am selling feet pics, and Bill ends up in Hustler.
Yeah,
right.
Q&A and the TNA.
I love it.
All right, I got a break here. I will have those Baby Clock tickets for you. The most mysterious tour of the year is Baby Metal and the animated Death Clock coming to the Agora. So if you want to get to that show, I will hook you up coming back here. 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart.
$1,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
It's Pete from Fall Out Boy.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, one of the wildest tours this year is the Baby Clock Tour. That's Japanese kawaii metal band, Baby Metal, if you've ever seen them. Oh, they're so cute. And they're up front and singing and being all sweet. And they got a killer band behind them, co-headlining with Death Clock, the animated metal band from Metalocalypse. You watch that show on Adult Swim. They have a full-length movie coming later this year. Support from virtuoso guitarist Jason Richardson on the bill, too. The Baby Clock Tour is going to be at the Agora on Wednesday night, September the 6th. Should be a wild one. You can go to axs.com if you want any details on the show. Caller 10, these tickets are yours right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Have you heard the new Foo Fighters?
I heard a little bit of it.
Yeah, we've been playing it a lot today. Really good song, boy. You're never going to go wrong with Foo Fighters. These guys always seem to know what to do and how to sound and when to do it.
Was this recorded? This is brand new stuff, right?
This is not Taylor Hawkins.
Not Taylor
yeah.
Hawkins. Is it Dave playing?
They had it. No, I don't know if it's Matt Cameron. I know Matt Cameron. We mentioned yesterday Matt Cameron from Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and was going to be the new touring drummer for Foo Fighters. He went on Instagram. John and Cuyahoga Falls hit me up. And he's like, hey, I think Matt Cameron said that was just a rumor and that the band doesn't officially have a new drummer picked. John mentions he would love to see Josh Freese out there, who I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah,
that would be great,
cool.
too. But he's a crazy in-demand drummer. I mean, he's with Devo and the Vandals and the Offspring. And, Josh Freese might be drumming for the Offspring when they come to Cleveland. I don't know. He played on the first two Perfect Circle records, and he's just an amazing, amazing drummer. So that would be very cool. I think he'd fit in great with Foo Fighters, but I don't know what the situation is. But Foo Fighters, this song is called Rescued, and it's the first track off of a brand new album. They have a new one in the can. It's called But Here We Are. Their first in a couple years, obviously. It's going to be out on June the 2nd. And obviously, every single song is going to be about everything that they've gone through personally and as a band over the last year. So it's the 11th Foo Fighters record, and it sounds a little bit rawer maybe than some stuff past, but we've been playing this a lot. I'm sure we'll play it tonight with Corey. But Rescued is the first offering from the album. It's going to be 10 songs in all, and it's going to be out on June the 2nd on RCA Records. So new stuff from Foo Fighters, and you're never going to go wrong with these guys. But insofar as who's going to be playing for them on tour, I don't know. It might still be Matt Cameron. They mentioned Adam Willard, too, who plays for Angels and Airwaves. So that's all still forthcoming. But Foo Fighters are kicking off their tour next month. 24th of May is when they hit the road. They'll do some festival dates. We will get them here on the very last night of Sonic Temple. And by here, I mean Columbus. So they're your Sunday night headliner for Sonic Temple this year if you want to see Foo Fighters. And by that time, we'll know who's behind the drums, because I'll be talking about it.
You'll have seen them.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that if you're from out of state. Who do we have out there? We've got Brad in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Scott listens in Saginaw, Michigan, the Sag Nasty. DeAndre's in Vallejo, California. And Kyle is in Austin, Texas. Now, I will point what I'm going to say now to Kyle in Austin, Texas, because straight down 35 from Austin, about a half an hour southwest, right down the highway, there's a little town called Kyle, Texas. I shouldn't say little town, it's about 50,000 people maybe. So if you're familiar with the Austin metropolitan area, you know exactly where Kyle is. And they have a thing called the Gathering of the Kyles, and they are trying to set a Guinness Book of World Records by having all of the Kyles that want to come to Kyle, Texas, to celebrate, to be in the same place at the same time. They have to gather at least 2,326 people named Kyle. Now, just among the Alan Cox Show bureau chiefs, people who listen on the iHeartRadio app from around the country, we have about a dozen Kyles. We have Kyle in Austin. We have a Kyle in Findlay, Ohio. That's not far from us, right? Findlay's out there in the sticks, kind of?
It's not that far.
We have Kyle in Bel Air, Maryland. We have a Kyle in Naples, Florida. We have a Kyle in Kansas City. We have a Kyle in Nashville, Savannah, Georgia, Grinnell, Iowa, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. If all of those people were to go to Kyle, Texas to represent the Kyles of this country, the Gathering of the Kyles is going to be happening next month. So you don't have much time to make your plans. But from all of those cities I mentioned, it's easily drivable. Kyle there outside Baltimore probably got the longest trip. But you could fly to Austin, drive literally a half an hour down to Kyle, and you could be part of a Guinness World Record.
Who's the King Kyle? Who's the most famous Kyle?
I think
Kyle Kinane's up there.
Kyle Gass is who I think
Kyle
of.
Gass,
One
okay.
half of Tenacious D. But
He's definitely the oldest Kyle that I can think of.
Well, there's an actor named Kyle Chandler who does very, very good work. You might be familiar with him. He was the coach on Friday Night Lights.
Oh, yeah.
He was in Bloodline. He's mayor of Kingstown. Great actor named Kyle Chandler.
Which took place in a fictional town just outside of Austin.
Which
they filmed outside.
Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights was Dillon, Texas, so they could do the Gathering of the Dillons.
There you go. There's Kyle Petty, the auto racer.
Oh, okay, that one.
Kyle MacLachlan, famous actor.
Kyle Petty.
Kyle
probably the oldest.
Corver, formerly of your Cleveland Cavaliers.
A lot of big Kyles out
A lot of Kyles. Anyway.
Kyle Kinane's got a great bit about how you never meet an old Kyle.
Just young Kyles.
When Kyle dies, Red Bull sends flowers at the funeral.
So the city of Kyle, Texas, is going to celebrate as many Kyles as they can.
Hey, y'all, I'm Kyle Park, and I'm here calling all Kyles to come to Kyle, Texas, where we'll attempt to break the world record of the most Kyles gathered ever.
That's a country artist named Kyle Park. Are you familiar with him, Mary?
I am not.
All right. So the city of Kyle, and again, if you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, you know where you are. There's Kyle in Gastonia, North Carolina. Kyle in Gladwin, Michigan, who listens to the show. Get thee to Austin, Texas, and then drive your ass down to Kyle, right outside the city. 4 p.m. on May the 21st, they will attempt to break the Guinness World Record for the largest same-name gathering, first name only. The record that stands was 2,325 people. They only need to break this by one, named Ivan in Bosnia in 2017. They probably had to turn Ivans away in Bosnia.
Right.
We have enough Ivans. In order to break the record, they're calling for any and all Kyles. So it doesn't matter what shape they come in. It doesn't matter what they look like. They'll take any and all Kyles.
Big ones, small ones, skinny ones, tall ones, brown ones, black ones, round ones, fat ones.
For the inaugural Kyle Fair. So that's just me doing a PSA for the Kyles in our audience. You can be part of Guinness World Record history. And all you have to do is get yourself to Kyle, Texas on Sunday, May the 21st by 4 p.m. That would be Central Time down there in Austin. Let me give you $1,000 here. It is a chance to grab some money courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. You got this once an hour, so plenty of chances still to win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Woody.
Ellen.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
Woody's been really thirsty recently. He's like, he'll send a text and he'll be like, hey, are you getting my text? And then he'll text me and he'll go, hey, are you getting my texts? And then he'll call. You're so thirsty recently, Woody. Is it because there haven't been any bar crawls?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, I'm trying to rectify that.
But hey, Bill, I want to congratulate you on that write-up in Hustler Magazine, man. That's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Are you a longtime subscriber, Woody?
No, I did have a couple hustlers in underneath the mattress.
Yeah! 1983, Jeanette Littledove.
Right on. Right on. But hey, it's funny because, Alan, you had a write-up in a magazine in Cleveland. It was like Cleveland Pet Magazine half a dozen years ago.
I was on the cover of Cleveland Dog Magazine with my Australian Shepherd and my family inside. That's right.
Yeah, I got that magazine, and I open it up to the article. There's a picture of you, and I turn the page, and there's another picture of you like in a cardigan sweater or something.
Terrible. It was a Christmas sweater. And then they had a photo of me that it made my wife cry. She was laughing so hard because it was a terrible picture of me making this face that looks like I'm having a stroke. But they printed it because the picture of my dog, which is the important part, it was a great picture of my dog. I just happened to look like I was in the process of dying. And it remains, as it is framed in one of our bathrooms, still a source of hilarity at Casa Cox.
It's kind of like a Chandler Bing smile. I don't know if you get that reference.
I do not.
He couldn't think. But yeah,
but I'm not photogenic at all. So
in this, no, nor was Chandler Bing. But in Bill's magazine article, there's a picture of him, and then you turn the page, and then there's just probably some giant member doing God knows what to some pretty young lady. So,
well, you hope it's a pretty young lady, sure. Listen, between consenting adults, Woody, I think we're all we're happy for all involved, right?
We absolutely are, brother.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Woody. There's
It's
Woody.
good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
Hello, Thigh Mule.
Alan, my formal friend. How are you, sir?
Good. What's going on?
So, a couple things I wanted to touch on with the news of the Foos. See what I did there? It reminded me of our formal introduction. Great show, great people, great music. I'm a drummer myself. I know we also share that formality. So, right. The loss of Taylor was obviously tremendous for the Foos community, the musician community, the drummer community. But I really like the song. I wanted to ask your opinion on that. And then my second question or idea was, the Kyle Fest sounds like a great idea, and I had an idea for you. You should get as many people named Alan to call into the show at the same time and have the world record for the most people with the name Alan on the radio at one time. So what are your formal thoughts on both of those?
I mean, I only have 10 phone lines, so they'd have to double up on
11.
The other phone lines. But here's the problem with that, though, is that there seems to be some uniformity with the name Kyle, K-Y-L-E. There are multiple ways to spell the name Alan. Now, the only correct way is the way that my name is spelled, A-L-A-N. I concur. I got no time for A-L-L-A-Ns or A-L-L-E-Ns or A-L-Y-Ns or any permutation thereof. Other than that, listen.
I was going to say, that's my middle name.
Let's get everybody to live the way they want to live, and I have no interest in doing that, but I always appreciate the suggestion.
Well, I hope everything goes well for you. Stay formal. Enjoy the new Foo Fighters record, right. And Godspeed. I will formally introduce myself again at another time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
There is Thigh Mule, who I forgot we did officially meet after him calling the show for many years to prank the show. He introduced himself to me in person when we saw the Foo Fighters at the House of Blues the night before they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And it was a very, very exciting show. Taylor Hawkins, obviously, still alive and great at that show.
I had something cool happen to me in the break.
Are you on
Just
now?
In this break?
Mm-hmm.
in this last break, you had something cool happen.
Good for you.
You got tickets to see me in Youngstown on
You
Saturday?
got yourself an interview in Playgirl magazine.
No, I did not.
Next to a retro photo of Burt Reynolds' dong.
I wish. I found $20 in the bathroom.
It's definitely a poop
And you
dollar.
picked it up?
Yeah, I picked it up. It wasn't in the stall. It was over by the sinks.
It's
I-
definitely
But there,
a poop
everything's wet in there.
It wasn't though.
Well, I'm thinking of the men's.
It usually the women's room is a disaster.
Every surface in the men's room is wet.
Yeah.
When I have to go to the bathroom, when I have to sit here at work, I practically bring a belt sander in for that toilet seat. Like I stand there wrapping my hand in toilet paper to wipe the seat down before I will even sit down. Everything, the sinks are wet, the floors are wet. And arguably, they're still taking better care of them than they were when we first got here.
Oh, 100%.
That's how much it's improved, and everything is still wet all the time.
Well,
You found 20, was it on, so it wasn't on the floor, it was on the sink.
No, it was on
No,
the
it was on the
floor.
floor. She
By the
picked it
sink.
up off the floor.
I
On the
picked it up
floor,
off the floor,
by the
put
sink.
it in my pocket.
Was it
Yeah.
wet?
Nope.
She licked it to make sure
Was
it's
it
real.
folded?
It was half folded. Yeah, I put a video
Folded
on
in
my,
half. You picked it up.
Yeah. I put a video on my Instagram. I walked in. I saw the $20. I said, is anybody in here? And nobody was in there, so that $20 went right in my pocket. My lucky day.
When your thrush returns, because
I'm not putting it in my mouth.
Do you have to? You put your hands in your mouth?
I'm not taking the $20 bill and licking it and sticking it to
You don't
my
have to.
forehead.
You don't
Washed
have to.
my hands after I went to the bathroom.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And then you picked up the 20.
No, I picked up the 20 on the way in. It's the first thing I saw when I walked into the bathroom.
All right, well, listen. You take this as a positive sign.
You're saying you're too good for a bathroom?
It's not about being too good.
If you saw $20 on the floor of the bathroom, you wouldn't pick it up.
No.
Come on. Listen, I'm not a millionaire. I can't afford to leave 20s laying
I'm not a
around.
millionaire either.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that I'm lying. That
I'm not
I
saying
wouldn't
you're
put.
lying. I'm
You said,
saying-
"Oh, come on, yes, you would."
I'm saying that it must be nice to not need $20 that bad.
Nobody needs.
I do.
No, short of the people walking out here on Euclid Avenue, nobody needs a $20 bill that bad. We've
Pick
gone
it up
over
off
this
the gra-
before.
No, we've gone over poop 20s. If a $20 bill was stuck somewhere on with
And we're still
feces.
taking it.
Do you realize?
This was
that-
just on the ground.
But you
taking
know
it.
the studies they've done about public bathrooms where
cares?
everything is covered in fecal mist.
So what?
Okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this $20 and I'm gonna eat it. Like I'm gonna use it like a spoon to eat ice cream. That's what I'm gonna do.
That must
I'm
be
gonna
some
fold
really
it.
soft ice cream.
Now, if you could only take it to the casino,
I know I can't. I would
you
double.
want me to do it for you?
No, I haven't gambled in 23 days. Not even
You
a
could
scratch
lose.
off.
You could lose that 20 right away.
I could,
and then get rid of it.
but yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. It's not a gathering
Listen,
of the Kyles, but
I'm happy for you.
you don't sound that happy. You sound grossed out.
I am. I can be happy for you and grossed out.
Do you want me to rub it on your neck? Will that make you less grossed out about it?
How would that make me less grossed out?
If you
were to rub a bathroom floor 20 on my neck.
It's like aversion therapy. If you're scared of spiders, they make you hold a spider. If you think this 20 is gross, I'll let you smell it. And then you won't be so scared by it anymore.
Not scared. I am, as you said, grossed out. And that's correct.
Whatever. You can't even just be happy for me.
I just said, I'm happy for you. It doesn't do anything for me.
Listen to your tone.
I don't have it.
It's not a
Good
happy
for you. I'm slightly surprised you picked it up.
Why would you be slightly surprised?
Because
With
it's on the
everything you know about
floor
me as
of
a
a
human
bathroom.
being.
But you're not, listen, despite what the audience says, I don't think you're a gross person. So the fact that you picked up.
Well, let's go about some of the things. Nose picker.
So
Eat your boogers a
No.
little bit, right? Like, okay, listen, but again, these are all, you're self-aware.
Yeah.
I'm just slightly surprised you picked it up. It's not a judgment. I'm saying I'm slightly surprised you picked it up.
Free chicken wings later tonight. That's what I saw when I walked
Well,
in the floor. I said, "Wow, those are chicken wings."
I guess
on the floor.
free in the strictest sense, but
Free?
you don't
It's
know what
free?
you monetarily.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to pick up from it.
I washed my hands after I went to the bathroom.
I'm not worried. Okay, yeah. You know what?
Should I coat it in hand
Nope.
sanitizer?
Nope.
What should I do? Should I
Nope.
wipe it down with a Clorox
Nope.
wipe?
Good for you. Nope. Got yourself $20. Floor of the bathroom. Good for you.
Maybe I get cholera. So what?
Congratulations. That's waterborne. I don't know that it's going to happen
Well,
through
there's
the 20.
water in the bathroom.
You said there isn't. Men's room, it's like the river Styx in there. Okay, anyway, I got to go to a break. Congratulations. Mary
Thank you.
Santora. Yep. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory. The men drank as a toast, to their comrades that have died over the years. And it's a bottle of, what do you call it, cognac? Which was it was
C-O-G-N-A-C.
It's an alcoholic. It's a liquor, okay?
What's it called?
Cognac, I believe.
Have you ever had cognac?
No.
Me neither, in like years.
Funny. Jeez. Try to be serious for once and you find a joke and everything. Now you know why I don't talk so much.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekdays
WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. If you are watching live there, there's somebody you should thank for facilitating your experience, and that is Baffle Wagwagon as a person. Thank you, sir or madam, back there. Baffle Wagwagon, helping out at AlanCoxShow.com. While you're there, by the way, get your early bird tickets for Buzzard Fest. We've announced the return of Buzzard Fest, a legend in Northeast Ohio, been on hiatus for 23 years. We are bringing it back this summer, August 4th, at a Victory Park. You can get your early bird tickets right now for $40. They start at $40. So go to WMMS.com or AlanCoxShow.com. Get all the details there. Rover will have all of the lineup information for you on Tuesday morning. But Buzzard Fest is returning in all its glory. It's a great lineup. And we'll tell you all about it next week. But grab the early bird tickets.
And we're getting the Beatles back together.
Well, you know what? That's the power of the Buzzard. So full details coming next week, but jump on the early bird tickets. I know a lot of people have already grabbed them. Obviously, they will get more expensive closer to the date, but it's a great lineup for the return of Buzzard Fest. That's nothing that you can half-ass. So we're all going to be out there. We'd love to have you out there with us. Very exciting to be here when that returns. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from wherever, you can always leave us voicemail, not voicemail, a little talkback button there. You can leave messages.
Hey, Alan, you talked about them releasing information about Coolio's death. While he did have meth and heroin in his system, it's fake news because he also shot up the COVID vaccine. So we all know that's what really killed him, Alan.
Duh.
He might
back straight.
Yeah, he might be onto something there. Did Coolio get the COVID vaccine? Oh my God. Isn't it amazing how nobody talks about that anymore because people aren't dropping dead from the COVID vaccine? You know, for a while they were like, just wait 3 months and millions of people will be dead. People are fine, doing okay. Don't worry about it. Although the summertime COVID variant is already showing up and it's bringing pink eye with it. So, sure. How do you normally get pink? Historically, how do you normally get pink eye?
Pillow farts.
Farts in your pillow. That's right. But the new coronavirus variant, XBB.1.16, has got pink eye.
Sounds like the coolest variant so far. That's a cool name.
XBB.1.6.
Yeah.
I'm over it.
Sounds very...
Sounds like a Rush song.
Yeah.
In 3 parts.
Very modern, very futuristic.
You're over it, man.
I'm over it, dude. I don't care anymore.
Don't care about what?
COVID. I quit.
Well,
quit
these
COVID.
are just variants.
Whatever, dude.
We're not in lockdown territory. It's part of life now.
I know. I've had it 3 times.
Because people complained about masks.
I've still never tested positive. Never had a positive
I've got
test.
it 3 times, full blown.
Yeah,
Shakes.
I only had it once.
Quivers.
Didn't do anything to me.
Knocked me on my ass the last time I had it in LA. At this point, I'm like, you know what? Talk to me 2 years ago when my dad died and I was a sobbing, heaving mess. I still get some of that trauma whenever COVID comes back into my life.
No,
but
but keep picking up money off the floor of public bathrooms.
This is what I'm saying, is that at the same
Gotta live
time,
your
it's
life.
just going to end up being...
you gotta live your life.
It's going to end up being something that's just a part of life now. You know what I mean?
Well, not end up. It is.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
is that like... Yeah, am I going to stop picking up ground 20s because I'm afraid of getting COVID? 2 years ago, sure. Now? Nah.
Well, XBB.1.16 has been detected in 29 countries, including the U.S. And again, this is not the summer of 2020, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They're not ringing alarm bells. They're just saying, hey, there's still variants. A lot of people are not in good shape. A lot of people are still unvaccinated. This time around, it's presenting with pink eye for some people. Which do you prefer, Bill? You said that's a cool, modern-sounding name.
Yeah.
They're also calling it Arcturus.
Ooh.
Ooh, that sounds even fancier.
That's a tough choice. Arcturus or XBB.1.16. Sounds like an IP address. But Arcturus.
Yeah, Arcturus sounds like a new Kia.
Yeah, the Arcturus.
Brand new Kia Arcturus, now
Kia
theft-proof.
Arcturus.
Right. It's Arcturus is the brightest star in the northern constellation of Bootis.
They're naming them after stars now?
Buddhist,
rocking everywhere. Pink eye everywhere. The constellation Bootis, which the guy, when we were in Sedona, pointed out to us on our night sky tour. I had never heard of it before. So now, since this is brand new information to me that I now have in my head, makes me sound like I know what I'm talking about. But I just learned about it. This guy had like this lightsaber, thin laser pointer that literally looked up. He was using it as a pointer in the constellations, and it looked like he was touching the stars with it. It was wild what this guy was doing. But the Corona Borealis, he pointed out, and then the Bootis constellation, and within that is Arcturus, the brightest star in that constellation. Bootes, I'm sorry. I'm being told by space nerds it's pronounced Bootes. Not Buddhist.
I like Buddhist.
Bootes, and there's an umlaut over the second O. Bootes. And Arcturus is in there. So they've given the new COVID variant, at least the one with pink eye, because that's easier to remember than XBB.1.16. That'll be the next thing Elon Musk names his kid. And now that India has leapt ahead as the most populous country in the world, they've leapfrogged China as the nation with the biggest population. They're seeing surges there too. But whatever. If let's say you go, hey, I've had COVID. I've never had pink eye before. Gotta catch them all. It's like Pokemon.
Dude, pink eye sucks.
Never had it.
Really? You wake up, your eyes are glued together, super itchy, and you go to like open it, but you can't because it's literal like crust all across your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you open it, it's all goopy and disgusting, and then your eye just leaks for like 2 straight days. You gotta go get on drops
and you get this from,
antibiotics.
Was it Erica years ago? We said Ian was farting into her pillow. She had pink eye.
I got it when we moved from the dorms into a house in college. And me and all my roommates got it like within the first week of us being in our house. So we think that maybe it was a foreclosure home, so we're thinking that like the heat system hadn't been running a while. And then when we were there, it was just pushing all that dust and debris and stuff into our eyes.
And so because is that the same thing as conjunctivitis? Is
Yes.
that pink eye? So how it's just a bacteria, or what is it?
I think, antibiotics and the drops that they give you clear it up, but like you wake up with, that's the last time I had it, so it was like 10 years ago. And it was like overnight it developed, and I woke up and my eye was literally like it was glued shut with like, you know how you get sleepies, but times 1,000 to the point where you can't even, real goopy and gross.
Don't people get that like if they don't take out their contacts for a long period of time?
You can get it from, washing off makeup, from all kinds of stuff.
There was a guy I went to high school with. He would his contacts were not like 30-day contacts. They were like daily contacts that he was supposed to take out. And he would sleep in them. He would never take them out. And I'm like, my mom told me early on, because I begged her for contacts. And she's like, well, you need to be diligent with them, and you got to have like good hygiene. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So I knew that early on that I wasn't supposed to like keep them in for a long period of time. This dude never took them out. And I was like, dude, you're going to get a parasite in there. He's like, oh, that's cool, blah, blah, blah. Dude,
Did you? He said, oh, that's cool?
Yeah, because he didn't believe me. Like, he was just like, cool, I've never had a parasite in my eye. And like, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, like, your eyes need to breathe. You can't just leave that on there if it's not supposed to be on there. Like, I guess there's pores or something in
So
your
you
eye.
did, there are. So you did have contacts at one point?
I still have contacts. I just don't wear them. But when I first got them, like my mom, I was a dirty teenager. I'm still a dirty adult, but like I was especially a dirty teenager. She's like,
well, this is what I'm saying. Your mom was probably right to tell you shouldn't mess with contacts because it requires very stringent and disciplined hygiene.
But she told me that before I got them, and I knew that going in because she was like, I know you're gonna want to take a nap or whatever, and you're gonna want to leave them in. Don't leave them in. So I was telling him, I was relaying the information to this dude in my class, and he's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. I'm just going to leave them in. He came in one day, and he had like, I don't know if it was pus or like, it was something yellow behind his eyes, And he's like, oh,
Look like Dracula.
He's like, I have to go get surgery. They have to like remove it. I'm like, he had some type of like infection in his eye. I was like, can you see? He's like, I can see with these contacts on. He was like, I don't know if I can see after I take them off. I'm like, you got like a microorganism underneath your eye.
A microorganism under your eye, and he thought that was pretty cool if he had a parasite.
Under your contact, yeah. He
Wow.
had it underneath his lens. You could like see it. It was like a little yellow haze. It looked like, I don't know, like you have dust or something under there. It was weird.
Mary, were you and your roommates, were you worried that somebody had been farting into that heating system?
I don't think so. I think it was just an old house. Unless there were vagrants coming to fill our air filters with farts. I do not know.
Alan Arcturus was also Hank Scorpio's plan to take over the world in The Simpsons. Remember Hank Scorpio?
Yeah.
Arcturus, when Albert, oh God, what's his name? His real name's Albert Einstein.
Brooks.
Albert Brooks, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Sheriff warns about finding folded dollar bills in your yard.
Oh, I saw this.
When they opened it up, they found meth. Now, you didn't find meth in your bathroom 20, did you?
Let me look.
Sniff it and see.
Oh, I just put it in my purse.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
no.
think
It's okay.
Do you sniff meth or do you like burn it?
You can.
You can do whatever
Well,
you
if
want
it's
to
in
with
money,
it.
it's probably a powder.
You mean smoke it? Burn it.
I don't see any powder.
I just remember.
Hey, man, let's go burn some pot.
Let's go burn it.
Burn some meth.
It smells like cigarettes.
Well, yeah, everything down there smells like cigarettes.
But yeah, there's no powder in it. If meth was a powder. Is meth a powder?
It's rocks.
Meth is rocks?
Yes.
I don't know.
Hey,
Nasty.
man,
I've
meth
never
ain't
done
that bad. Didn't you watch
Breaking Bad?
I did, but I didn't know if it could come in different forms.
What's the one you burn in the
I mean, you
spoon? Is that
can, like,
heroin?
crush it up and snort it.
Yeah.
But, you know, people prefer to smoke it.
Okay.
Real meth heads smoke it. I mean,
If you're
Yeah,
like-
yeah,
if
like-
you're serious about it.
Yeah, like, what's his name? Rob Ford, former mayor of Toronto.
he smoked crack.
Oh, it wasn't meth? It was
Yeah,
crack. Oh, it was he was up there doing rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we've talked about, since we're talking about money being found and grabbed, we have had a spirited argument in the past about grabbing money off the highway if the Brinks truck opens up.
Yes.
I am very con. You guys are very pro.
Yes.
Your guys' rationale is it's the money's federally insured.
Mm-hmm. It's free money.
It's free money,
It's from
right?
God.
It's from God.
My thought is it's not my money, so it doesn't matter where it's coming from.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to act like I'm putting it back in the truck and like I'm helping out.
And slip a
And
20.
slip a-
Yeah, there you go.
That way
One
I'll take it
$20 bill.
Yeah,
One for
take it
me,
like
one
maybe
for
$80 to
you.
$100.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, but like, yeah.
Get yourself a tank of gas, maybe a snack.
So
free wings, as Mary puts it.
let me get you this variant on the story.
All
A
right.
guy who was somehow, and I'll show you this if you're watching the live stream, a guy who was somehow pissed at his family, or they really didn't delve into detail, but he empties the family's joint bank account, takes $200,000, which the cop said he didn't do anything wrong because his name is on the account, proceeds to drive down the road throwing the money out the window.
I love this. I'm
Yeah.
following
People
him
okay, here's
by foot, rollerblades. I don't care what type of wheels I have near
Rollerblades.
me. I'm finding wheels and I'm following this guy.
She has the wheelies on? Or-
Yeah, Heelys.
Heelys is what I'm thinking about. yeah.
Heelys is what you're right.
2 wheels.
That's all you need. All right, here's this story.
It's a cash giveaway on the highway. Look at these people counting $100 bills, which had been thrown from the window of a speeding car. Police say the 38-year-old driver threw a whopping $200,000 in cash
He's
from
too
his
close to the
car
road for
as
me.
he drove along.
I know, Les Trent from Inside Edition.
He
What a
needs to
great
stand in
name.
like the grassy knoll area.
He needs the grassy knoll. Yeah, he definitely needs to move into the median there.
Interstate in Eugene, Oregon. And get this, cops say he drained his family's bank account and then proceeded to literally throw it out the window.
This guy was driving up and down I-5, dropping out tons of cash.
Chaos erupted as motorists pulled over looking for a wall.
Now, this is a guy doing it.
Yeah.
So that's when I would go, okay.
It's
go
his
get
money.
That, right. Go get that money.
Yes, but you don't know that while he's doing it. It could easily be a bank robber trying to cover his tracks. Like he's like, I'm
Also
gonna.
true.
He's like, I'm gonna give
That's
away.
a good way to
Why
cover
does
your
a guy?
tracks.
But why does a guy rob a bank and then throw it out the window?
For this type of thing, yeah. Because he's like, oh, I have $1 million. What's $200,000? This is just.
But if there's nobody chasing him,
I don't know. I'm just thinking. You don't know.
Well, you're right. You don't know.
You don't know the guy's circumstances. He could have stolen that money, and now everyone else.
Well,
is
and
accomplices.
unfortunately, in this situation, the rest of the family is trying to get the money back. So good luck with that. I mean,
Wad of bills. Word spread fast.
Some friends called me and said that they got $2,000.
They left their cars on the side of the road with traffic whizzing by. Just a hand.
imagine your car gets hit. And you have $5,000 worth of damage to your car, and you're like, I only scooped up $3,500. Well, I don't know if insurance covers you if you pulled over to go grab loose money out of.
Someone else hit you. Why wouldn't it cover you? It doesn't matter why you're pulled over.
Act of God.
A handful of people wondered if this was the
Insurance company's job is to make sure that they don't pay you any money. They'll always look for a reason.
right thing to do.
We have one of the people who picked up the large sum of cash, $1,800 worth, pulled over to the side of I-5 wanting to know what to do with the money.
The next morning, stragglers were still looking for a few bucks that may have been.
That's somebody trying to cover their ass. They call the cops and go, hey, I have $1,800. What should I do with it? It was in the road.
That
and
would
they're
be
like,
you.
Yeah, that would be you.
No, it wouldn't.
Someone trying to cover the. Hey,
hello, the police. I just want to know how to be the best citizen that I could possibly be in this case.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm out here trying to live in a society and be a good citizen.
Oh, he was just
sorry.
handing it out. I don't know if I did something wrong.
100% be Alan.
It would not.
Listen, I'm not trying to do anything hinky here. I have a wife and a kid. You know.
He got your number, bro.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call the cops after scooping. Listen, if you're going to get out and scoop up the money, you're not going to report it. You're getting out to scoop up the money.
Okay.
No, you don't call the cops either. Don't get out, keep going, or get out and scoop up the money.
I just
you don't scoop it up and then call the authorities.
I can't imagine a scenario where someone sees you, Alan Cox, and then like sees your license plate. You not feel a little guilty.
How do they know what my license plate is?
Well, they see you getting back into
AC
your car.
cash catcher.
They're not going to recognize me. I have a very common face.
But you also have the license plate holder that gives it away.
That is the giveaway. I have my White Sox license plate holder. You're right.
Left behind. The dude who is said to have tossed out the family.
The
bank-
dude.
I like that.
The dude abides, and he's out there tossing out money.
Tossed out the family bank account has been identified as Colin Davis McCarthy. State troopers say he does not face theft charges because his name was on the joint bank account, along with a bunch of other family members.
This guy isn't in any legal trouble at all.
This guy's name is Royal Oaks. Look at this
yeah.
guy.
I
That's
love that.
gotta be fake. Royal Oaks.
Well, that's the thing, dude. I mean, he's not doing
I was
anything
born
wrong.
outside Detroit, and what?
He's not doing anything wrong. It's his money. You want to light it on fire, you can do
I
whatever you
know.
want with it.
Actually, you can't light it on fire. That's actually a federal offense.
No,
Lighting
you
money
can
on fire?
burn your money.
You
That's
can't
not a
burn
federal
the
offense.
flag.
Burn
Is that
your
what you're
money.
thinking
You
of?
can burn the flag too. That's protected.
That's protected free speech.
You can't deface a mailbox. That's federal property. But you can burn money. It's your money. Why can't you burn it?
What if you draw a face on a mailbox? Are you allowed to do
Money
that?
doesn't belong. Poundcake. You can burn your money if you want to.
Okay.
Where they're going to kick down your door and go, "What'd you burn all your money?" Yeah, you're under arrest.
I didn't, because I thought there's an account for everything. Like they know
No, it's
how much cash is out there.
It's legal tender, which just means you can use it for things.
Okay.
But it's not a federal offense to burn money.
Do it, Cody.
Because he was on the account. He had a right to throw the money away, as crazy as it sounds.
The family
As crazy as
says,
it sounds.
Please return it. That money is very much needed by the family.
Oh, well.
Yeah, when you have a mental patient in your house, maybe take their name off of the joint bank account.
Yeah.
This poor family, they're like, Jesus Christ, this was all the money we had. This guy emptied it out, threw it out on the road.
Mary, could you imagine having a joint bank account with your family?
No. Are you joking me? I would never put anyone's name on anything I own. Because something like this would happen. My brother would get mad. They'd hear through the grapevine someone got an abortion. They'd take all their money, just like they want to take our rights. And they're throwing it out the window because they're the men.
This is what happens when you vote for Biden.
Right.
And the next thing you know, money on the highway.
Right.
This dude. No, I would absolutely not call the cops, but I would be the guy that would call the family if I had that money. Hey, I got $1,800. This is your money.
Dude, you're so annoying.
I hate him. He guilt trip everybody else. Like, you really
No.
need
I'm
that
not.
money?
I'm not telling anybody else what to do. I'm saying that I wouldn't call the cops and go, "Hey, I got $1,800," because if I stopped and scooped it up. But if I'm watching TV and they got the family in front of the battery of mics, they're like, "This is all.
Crying.
Yes, this is all the money we had." I go, "Hey, listen, this is
See,
your."
now when you say that, I'd probably feel a little bit bad.
Well, of
too.
course, because
But I don't-
you put a face to the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Yeah, that's
Amen.
true.
That's what they got to do.
Ain't
They don't-
nobody gonna give you a handout
Right.
in this life.
If you wanted to keep that money safe, you should have taken that dude off the bank account. You knew who he was. You knew he shouldn't have had access. That's on you.
Stop relying on the nanny state.
Things happen for a reason.
That's true.
Fate, all that crap comes into play in a situation like this.
Your
Now
true
you believe in it.
Your true reward is in the next life. Okay, I got a break. I'll have those incarceration passes for you. It's Limp Bizkit and Pantera and Lamb of God and Volbeat. So many great bands out there in July at the Mansfield Reformatory. So I'll have some GA weekend passes for you for all 3 days. On the way. 35192 on a text for anything else. Another $1,000 on the way, too. Another shot at the Buzzard bookie at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
treadmills, and ellipticals. All 2022 models must go. Stop in before the end of the month. Visit livefit.com.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go to this year's Incarceration Festival. It is back at the Ohio State Reformatory. July 14th through the 16th, the Music and Tattoo Festival. Your 3-night festival, Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit are your headliners. Megadeth, Volbeat, Lamb of God, Bush. In This Moment, Flyleaf is back with Lacey Sturm, Crown the Empire, Coal Chamber, Hatebreed, Highly Suspect, Motionless in White, many, many, many more. I think Mushroom Head's playing, right? I got 3-day weekend passes for you, GA passes for the whole thing. Incarceration.com if you want details, but caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Can't wait for Incarceration. Maybe I can get a 2 hours to midnight table set up there at Incarceration. Oh, that'd be a lot of fun. Ooh, what a good time. I got another $1,000 for you in a few minutes. About 4 or 5 to be precise, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen, about 30 past every hour, most of the day, you got a shot at $1,000. So the next one is on the way. Guardians avoid the sweep. They end up beating the Tigers by 1 run in Detroit. They lost both games in that doubleheader yesterday. Guardians now go to 10-9. 3-2 the final at Comerica Park. The Tigers are below 500 right now. So the Guardians will come back home to play the Miami Marlins, the first of 3. The weekend series will be 7:10 on Friday night. If you're not at a Cavs watch party Friday night, because they'll be in New York for Game 3 of their series, Guardians will be here at home against Miami. So 7:10, first pitch. That means right after we get out of here on Friday is when your Guardians pregame will begin. And you still got a little bit of time left. Are we halfway through the month yet? What's today?
19th.
The 19th?
More than halfway.
Yeah, I got about a week and a half left to use the promo code SHOWERS at CLE Clothing Company, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you want, no matter how often you use it this month. Use SHOWERS for 20% off. Well, I can't believe that it has been 25 years, but it has, in fact, been 25 years that Netflix has been mailing DVDs to people. And that is finally coming to an end. You know, we joke about, and you saw a lot of this on social media too, if you saw this announcement, people were like, oh, why are they still doing DVDs? A lot of people still have DVD players. A lot of people don't pay for streaming. There's a lot of people still rocking flip phones. A lot of people were still getting. Now, if you were one of the 12,000 followers on the Netflix DVD Twitter account, you were the first to learn about this. But DVD Netflix has announced that they will stop mailing DVDs to people. Netflix began, those of you who are around, then Netflix began as kind of a blockbuster killer, and that's eventually what it ended up doing. I think we all started out getting DVDs mailed to us from Netflix back in the day. They will mail their very last one out on September the 29th of this year. They will finally close up shop on mailing DVDs to people. I remember when I was in between jobs, between Chicago and Cleveland, and didn't have much going on, I was binging The Shield. That was one of the first shows I remember binging was I was getting The Shield mailed to me from Netflix. But they've been doing this for 25 years, and they're finishing that. And so, yeah, there are a lot of people laughing about it on social media, but there's still a lot of people who, obviously, they're they're not the only game in town anymore. I mean, there's plenty of ways that, and even if you don't need a ton of money now to subscribe to a Netflix or a streamer or whatever. You can get it with ads for $10 or whatever. But, there are people, in a weird way, physical media has kind of come full circle, where there are people who are like, screw it. I like watching DVDs, or I like having CDs. It's weird that compact discs now are considered like old school. What I want to know is, whoever gets the last movie in the envelope, do they still have to send it back?
Good question.
If you're the person who gets whatever that is, that movie.
I think it would be like, just like with Best Buy. Like, if the Best Buy is closing and
you don't have to take it back.
I was going to say, do you take it back?
What do you mean Best Buy? You mean Blockbuster?
I'm sorry, Blockbuster. See, It's been so long. But yeah, Blockbuster. If you
don't have to take stuff back to Best Buy. You bought it.
Correct. Well, I'm sure at some point they probably had some video rental, right?
No.
And what are they going to do? Are they going to donate the DVDs to like local libraries? What are they going to do?
Heck, sometimes the libraries
Good
go out of
luck,
business.
because libraries are getting all shut down too. So
for different reasons.
I was going to say, when people say they have a library card, I'm like, wow, you're a different type of person. Like, you're just a different breed. Because I don't know anybody in my adult life that has like a library card.
I have a library card.
I'm saying they might go and buy books, but like, I think it was you, Bill, who mentioned it. Like, when you go to like the Lakewood library, I'm like, wow, I haven't been in a library.
I haven't been in a long time, but it's, especially if you have kids, you go to the library.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Something to do.
Then that's the thing.
We used to go, we used to live literally 3 houses away from the Ohio City branch of the Cleveland Public Library, and we were over there all the time. And that was a pretty hinky branch, too. I mean,
I bet your libraries
when I
are
was
probably
in Tremont,
like,
I'd go to that branch too.
Yeah.
Is it just a place to get coffee now? Like, you go there, they probably have a Starbucks on the inside.
I would go and get books.
You go and read a book, or
Starbucks.
they have like
There's
children's
people,
areas.
or people who don't have home computers.
Yeah.
Dude, I used to piss people off in the library. Like,
You piss people off everywhere.
but especially the library.
Sniffing seats.
Well, I was a kid, and we didn't have much to do at home, so the library was like a mutual place where all my friends could meet up. So
It's like a smart mall.
Sure, but like a lot of kids didn't have computers, so they would go on the computer there, and while we would wait, we would just run through the aisles and then make a lot of noise and gossip about people, and there were actually people in there like reading, and so they're like, "Can you shut the hell up?" And we're like,
when we first moved to Lakewood, we lived right down the street from the main branch of the Lakewood Public Library, and my son would go there after school with his friend, and it was around Halloween, they had some fake blood, and they got their hands all bloody and put
all over the books?
all over the stone in the front of the library.
They defaced the face
they
of the
thought
library.
it would be funny to make it look like there's bloody handprints
they didn't
all
realize
over.
it was vandalism.
Yeah, they did not really, because I think he was 10.
Did you have to pay for cleanup or anything like that?
Oh, yes, I did.
Wow.
Yes, I did.
What did they overcharge you for that? You had to pay for power washing?
Yeah, it was like $400.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was
You're like, you're going to be working this off for a long time, homie.
Yes, we just caused a ruckus. Like, we would just be running through the is it called aisles or
The stacks.
Yeah, whatever it is, stacks. We would be looking through like the magnifying glass. Like, we would.
You'd be tearing up the microfiche.
What is that?
It's just old school library stuff.
Okay.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Your shot at $1,000 right now. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Poundcake, are you ready to be happy?
Sure.
Now, are you
Sounds
ready
like
to be
it.
happy, or are you just saying you're ready to be happy?
I've been waiting to be happy for a really long time.
All right, well, then this will just be a little thing here. You were right, and I was wrong.
Amen. I love this. Why?
Destroying U.S. currency is absolutely illegal. Okay. Now, this to me,
wait.
well, everybody blew me up in the break. They said Poundcake is absolutely correct. It is technically illegal, technically punishable up to 10 years in prison.
Whoa.
Now, this sounds to me like one of these laws that's on the books, but is impossible Unless you're trying to deceive somebody with physical, like counterfeiting. Obviously, counterfeiting is. I didn't think burning money was illegal.
Gonna say, all the currency in the world is accounted for. You would think if you had $1 million and you put it in a pile and set it on fire, that's $1 million. That's not accounted for.
But I just couldn't conceive of a situation in which someone who burned their own money would go to jail. If you're counterfeiting, yes. Somebody said
putting more money in there that's not accounted for.
Somebody said every dollar is quote unquote loaned to you with a % of interest attached. Coin and paper currency is property of the Federal Reserve. So we're absolutely correct that it's illegal to burn money. Now, if I'm on the street and I'm burning a dollar bill and a cop walks up to me, he's probably going to be more mad about the fact that there's an open flame on the street than I'm burning a dollar bill. I would imagine any cop is going to be like, it's your burn, I don't care. But technically, illegal. Poundcake is right. In the United States, burning banknotes is prohibited under whatever this law is. Mutilation of national bank obligations is illegal.
At what limit? Like, I'm sure burning a dollar is probably illegal, but you're not going to go to jail for it. I wonder, is it like a misdemeanor? After you burn $999, it's still a misdemeanor, and then a felony.
This is
like
what I'm saying.
$1,000.
It's one of these things that's on the books, but it's probably never enforced. I don't know how you would. Nobody's going to go to prison for 10 years for burning money.
Unless you're like on the internet doing it, maybe.
Or trying to deceive other people. If you're like defacing coins and selling them to people, like that, I understand. But
when they say TV rots kids' brains, I'm sure they're right. But there are certain times where TV actually helps. I learned this because I was watching MTV's My Super Sweet 16, and they had a commercial where it was a bunch of girls scantily clad, and especially it was weird because they were 16, but they wore like really tight dresses, and they had a stack of like dollar bills, and they like lit it on fire, and they were just like dancing with the dollar bills burning. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna do that. That looks fun. And I don't know if my brother said something or someone said something like, that's illegal. You can't just burn dollar bills. That's for TV. And I'm like, why can't you? And then they told me that it was federal. It's protected by the federal government.
Well, because somebody said you're also not allowed to draw on it, but that's a weird thing too, because we've all seen
bars.
George Washington with a mustache. So it's illegal to deface money to the point where it's unusable anymore. Like if you draw a mustache on Abe Lincoln, I mean, I guess he's already got one, but if you're filling in his mustache, so I guess again, I don't know how you would possibly. The Treasury Department is not going to come in and go, this one is defaced, this one is degraded.
Just if they see it, I'm sure.
But again, I wanted to get it out there. Devotion to accuracy on this program. Poundcake was correct, and I was 100% incorrect. I was wrong. I always like to give credit where credit is due, because we break Poundcake's balls all the time.
Poundcake could have got that Apple CarPlay to work on that Toyota that you were renting.
Actually, no, because I didn't even know I had to update my phone to get mine to work. So, no, I probably couldn't.
I didn't have Apple CarPlay in my rental car.
You just didn't know how to work it.
You're so young and spry.
It had a black and white screen. Mm-hmm. That doesn't scream Apple CarPlay to me. A button would come up, a box button on the black and white screen. Would you like to start the menu? That's not Apple CarPlay booting up. No, Dex called us yesterday. He's like, some of those rental cars, they got all the bells and whistles. Others are stripped, and I had a stripped 4Runner because I just needed to get around.
I love when Cody is right about things through his Slumdog Millionaire.
Yes.
Super Sweet 16.
That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes,
I love that.
Sometimes I understand that these shows rot your brain, but in the process of that, there's things that you grab onto. And seeing that commercial, I mean, whatever marketing, plan that they had, it stuck with me because I remember those girls burning those dollar bills, and it looked fun. I was like, oh, they can burn money because they're rich. And I was like, I want to get to a place where I could burn money. And my brother's like, no. You can't burn money. That's illegal.
Your brother told you that.
I think
he spends money very carelessly.
Well, still.
Well, you can spend it however you want. You just can't burn it. You can. In
a metaphorical sense, you can.
Yeah,
burn it.
You can figuratively burn it.
Meanwhile, I've stood at a gas station and spent $200 on rippers. That's totally legal.
Rippers.
Whatever.
I know.
Call them whatever you want.
Cardboard crack, is that the same thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Around here, rippers are a whole different.
Tabs,
Yeah.
pop tabs, rippers.
Oh.
Cardboard crack, whatever you call it. Totally legal. If I want to take that same $200, light it on fire, I could go to jail. Doesn't seem fair.
Anyway, there you go.
Thanks,
yeah,
Alan.
and that's what. Listen, like I said, credit where credit's due, and that's why you're really bobbing and weaving with Cody because I think and as long as he's been on the show now, it's one of my biggest flaws here on this program is that there's a part of my brain that when he says something that sounds ridiculous, I assume it is, and that's unfair because he's right a lot. It's not like he gets lucky 1 in 100 times, right? He'll whip something out, and I got egg on my face like, you can't burn money.
But what was it like earlier this week where he was just making things up?
Well, that's where it's weird with him.
Wednesday, what did I make up?
That's why it's weird, because you don't...
You never know.
Yeah, the truth is dead, man. I mean, who knows what's going
matters,
on?
Mary
It's
said it.
all
I
fake
know.
news.
You can watch it right now on YouTube. Nothing matters. Mary Santora.
The scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker burnt the money. That's why Batman was after him. Right, that huge
He didn't even know that he was
pile
doing
of
that.
money.
But that was a bad thing to do. Bad Joker.
Uh-huh.
He did a couple
Bad Joker.
But then it's funny that you think about because there's money that might as well be burned. Like if a cartel or something has it,
Our tax dollars.
Well, I'm saying that could be accounted for. But think about all the drug money that these people only deal in cash, and the economy never really sees it because it's like it's in a warehouse somewhere and it's just stacks of cash.
Not in circulation.
Yeah. So that's weird.
It is weird, Poundcake.
Alan, last time I was in a library, I had to take a whiz, went in the bathroom, and there were 3 hobos bathing in the sink. A real live hobo.
Did they have bindles?
Were they
were
in the
eating
same sink? Or
beans out of a can.
Yeah.
did they each have a sink? Yeah.
They were
How
just-
about, Alan, how about when an amusement park flattens a penny?
Oh, because you can't spend that
But
anymore.
those are old pennies.
But also,
Doesn't matter.
But aren't
They're
they?
not in circulation anymore.
But yeah, they're like either decommissioned or they're just made to look like pennies. Like they're not legal tender, right?
You can put 50 cents and a penny out of your pocket into one of those machines and make them.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can. Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I see. Like on the Ohio Turnpike, you can pull over and walk into the.
Interesting.
All right, I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere. Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Talking about Chris Cornell and all that Soundgarden music that's going to be dropped years ago. Soundgarden did a really slowed down, awesome version of this song as like a B-side or something. The song is Girl You Want. It's Devo. And pride of Kent State University. You see, Mark Mothersbaugh was doing Kent State ads a few years ago. They're still not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They've been nominated, I think, the last 3 or 4 years for inclusion, but they get passed over. And with all this talk of bands going on 50th anniversary tours, bands have been around a long time, right? The Rolling Stones and Springsteen and The Who and ZZ Top is on a 50th anniversary tour. Kansas, if you're into the band Kansas. But yesterday was the 50th anniversary of Devo, where they played their very first show at Kent State. They played the Creative Arts Festival at Kent State in 1973. And so 50 years of Devo. Now, again, we were talking about Josh Freese before, possibly behind the drums for the Foo Fighters in this tour. He has been a part of Devo on and off for many, many years. Awesome drummer. And Mark Mothersbaugh has been, he's kind of like a Danny Elfman type, right? Where he's been very involved in scoring films and TV shows. Didn't he do the Rugrats theme or something like that? Very, very famously has been a part of a lot of very popular music, but I certainly didn't think that Devo had been around that long, but yesterday was 50 years of their very first show there at Kent State. And they have a website called 50 Years of Devolution, if you're really into those guys. And again, they strike me as a band that should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but they are, as of yet, not. Poundcake's a huge Devo fan. He's got the red ziggurat hat and the whole bit, right? You tell me that?
Yes.
Not even going to fight me on it. He's like, yes, of course, I did.
I've been called a diva, but I didn't know I was a Devo.
Well, you could be a Devo diva. Why not? Cavaliers beat the Knicks last night by a wider margin than the Knicks beat them in Game 1. So they got one apiece now. They will be back to New York Friday night for Game 3. Numerous watch parties in and around Cleveland. Guardians win today, too. They lost both in the doubleheader yesterday against Tigers, but they avoided the sweep, and 3-2 was the final today at Comerica. They will be back home on Friday to play the Miami Marlins. I don't know how the Marlins are doing right now, but who cares? It's still too early to tell. Marlins are doing okay, actually. They're 10-9. My White Sox already stink. That's no fun. If you're a Colorado Rockies fan, they really stink. Every time we're in Denver, I go, we got to go to a Rockies game, and we just have never made it. But I like going to ball games, especially if they're teams I don't have a vested interest in. You know, we travel during baseball season. I'll go, let's see who's playing where. And if it's like Rockies, Diamondbacks, I really don't care about that, but I like baseball. But we just have yet to make it. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that from out of state. If you're one of our bureau chiefs. Steve O is brand new out in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Derek listens in Houston, Mississippi. Emily's in Kalamazoo. Mean Gene listens to the show in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Andrew is one of our bureau chiefs in Newark.
Alan figured out our daughters don't even know each other, probably will never even meet, but they do have something in common. My daughter walked in while I was listening to the podcast, doing some dishes last night, first thing out of her mouth. Why are they talking about farts? Big question mark. I hit pause. I'll continue it later. Hate the show. Have a good one.
Pause? Man, that's what we call a teachable moment in the business, right? Why are they talking about farts? Because he's a grown man, honey. That's why. And he can talk about whatever he wants.
Happen. Gotta talk about farts.
Although my daughter, Devotion to Accuracy, wasn't asking me why we were talking about farts. She asked why we were talking about penises on the radio many years ago.
Buttholes and penises. Daddy.
Buttholes and penises.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
That's right. Unbidden, by the way. I didn't, I got home and Gwen said, ask your dad what you wanted to ask. Just today, by the way, I got a message, and I get these with some frequency, articles about mangroves. They'll go, I can't read about a mangrove without thinking about your daughter, because years ago my daughter schooled me and my wife on what mangroves were because she had just learned it in school. Neither of us knew. We were watching some nature show, and they were talking about a mangrove, and Gwen goes, what is a mangrove? I go, I don't know. And our daughter pipes right up and tells us. And I was like, cool. Just as I learned things from Poundcake, I also can learn them from a small child. We can all, I'm sure there are plenty of people who were calling me stupid for not knowing what a mangrove was. But mentally, I guess I was more of a boy grove. See what I did? See what I did there?
A mangrove is trees going in salt water. It's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy to think about, because think about the roots of the tree, and I'm sure the tree goes above the water. So try swimming underneath a tree and have all the roots still in there.
Well, the article that the person had sent me was that because the weather's getting warmer and weirder, mangroves are moving farther north. They're primarily, I think, part of Florida, but they're moving north. They're starting to see them in Georgia. They're starting to see them in South Carolina. And that can really mess with the local ecology. Because mangrove, obviously, they thrive where it's really, really wet. Along the coasts and things like that.
459.
They thrive where it's wet?
Where it's really, really wet.
Really, really wet. Uh-huh.
Same, bro. Same.
Yeah. Hustler Magazine, page 30.
Oh, yeah. Bill Squire and Hustler Magazine. If you're just tuning in.
In Youngstown this weekend. Get tickets, BillSquire.com.
Now, will you be selling copies of Hustler on your merch table?
No,
autographed copies.
Autographed copies.
If people bring Hustler magazines, I'll sign them. But
nobody gets tickets because of you.
I'll have my new poster. But yeah, get tickets.
You'll be selling the poster, and if somebody brings the May issue of Hustler magazine, where Bill Squire's featured prominently on page 30, you'll sign it.
Correct.
You know right now.
All right.
So get those tickets at BillSquire.com. And stop waiting so long. You just get them now.
Stop waiting, yeah.
Yeah, we got to get them now.
I thought you were going to say stop hammer time.
That was also what I was going to say, but I didn't want to, step on anybody's intellectual property.
Sure, you got to protect that IP, homie. Hey, Duke.
Good afternoon, Alan. How are you?
How are you, pal?
Welcome back. Just you were talking about farts. You know why farts smell?
Why is that?
For the benefit of the deaf.
Right.
For the benefit of the deaf.
Right. Yeah.
But that's not why I called.
Oh, it's not? You say? Oh, you say you called for a
no.
different reason, did you, Duke? All right.
Well, I have so many reasons.
Yeah.
But did you ever tend bar?
No, I was a bar back, but I was never a bartender.
Yeah. Oh, if you ever tend, everyone should tend bar. Everyone should wait tables. And at some point in their life, you learn so much about humanity. I was tending bar one day, and this dog pushed the door open and comes in. You don't see that every day. He
Certainly
jumps up on the stool, and he orders a beer, and I'm shocked. I can't believe it. It's a talking dog. I got the dog his beer, and I give it to him, and he sitting there leafing through the newspaper that was sitting on the bar, and I said to him, "You're a talking dog." And he said, "What was that?" And I said, "What? How?" I said, "Did you ever think about joining the circus?" He goes, "Why? Do they need an electrician?"
Oh, boy, you would have thought that in that moment, Duke would have gotten a photo of that talking dog just for posterity. Just for, wow. Yeah, boy, who'd have thunk?
All
right, let's keep it to one,
this
Duke.
Guy is very, very inebriated. He's very inebriated. He's potted. He says, "Where's the men's room?" And I said, "It's third door down on the left." So he gups out the stool and he staggers down the hallway, and I hear the door close. And a minute later, I hear the scream. Well, I don't think much of it, and I give it a second. Another second later, I hear this another scream. So I go down and I open the door up, and he's sitting there. I said, "What's the problem?" He goes, "Every time I flush, it bites me in the nuts." I said, "Asshole, you're sitting on the mop bucket."
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. It's you got to watch for those mop buckets, Duke.
You do.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Duke.
You have a good one.
I already have a good one. Thank you, Duke. You keep it between the ditches out there. And there's Duke. Boy, you don't want to mistake a seat or mistake a mop bucket for a seat. My goodness. What are the chances? A talking dog, Bill. Talking dog. I thought perhaps the dog came in and signaled for a beer. We've got some kids' corner here.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
Did you see the guy flip his ever-loving shrimp on the flight because there was a crying baby?
No.
This is a guy with his wife, and the wife is mortified as he is flipping out because there's a cry. Boy, Southwest can't get anything go. They used to be the golden child in budget airlines, and now between like their full-on network meltdowns and grounded flights and people flipping out, it's not their fault if, they don't have they haven't cornered the market on people flipping out on their flights, but, Southwest's reputation in general used to be unimpeachable, and now a lot of bad press for them. This guy flips out, and somebody near him is filming, of course, throwing a tantrum, basically, over a baby that's crying.
In a holding pattern for weather.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
And an SW, a passenger loses his mind over a baby.
That child has been crying for 40 minutes. Lower that, and you can't put finger in my face like that. Calm the child down, please. I had headphones on. I was sleeping. Why is the baby yelling? I'm not screaming. You want me to scream? You want me to scream? Please stop.
By the way, nothing will quiet a crying baby like a person yelling in a closed, confined space.
Please. Bro, please. That child was a black baby. What the is happening right now?
Bro, racing to it.
I know you're not going there. You're not going there. I'm going there. We're not in Florida yet. You can't do what the feel like.
By the way, no, that's not what he said. Oh. By the way, the people who surreptitiously film somebody flipping out, they've got to figure out a better way to do it, because if this person's screaming, they're not paying attention to who might be filming them. This guy doesn't have his phone up. He's got it in front of him, but he's shooting us right up his own nose. It's like, bro, either trim or clean or whatever before, as long as camera phones have been around, it's amazing how people still don't know how to frame stuff, even if you're being sneaky about it. This guy is his wife's sitting there. He's screaming at the flight attendants that are standing there next to him. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know if they're on the tarmac. I don't know what. But this is a grown man who is freaking out because a baby's crying.
I feel bad for families on planes, and
there's no easy way to fly. I mean, we have one 7-year-old child. She's a great traveler, but I was talking to one of the flight attendants on our way from Phoenix back to Detroit. And she was talking about how she has 7 kids.
Whoa.
So she's like, when we would go on vacation, I'd have to do a head count. I'm like, 7 kids on a vacation.
That's like some Home Alone type stuff.
Man.
I was asleep the whole time. You haven't served me anything. I
try to keep my calm, but if I wasn't on this plane,
because there's a child crying on the flight non-stop. That's what's happening.
Who's worse, a baby or a grown-ass man acting like this?
Can you lower that voice?
That could be bad.
No.
I don't know why this keeps stopping, but the guy goes on and on and on, and he's just flipping out.
Over a baby.
He's like, I'll scream, we're in a tin can, and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, but sir, you're yelling. And he's like, so's the baby.
It's a baby.
They're like, sir, you're a man. And he's like, did that baby pay extra to yell? And he's telling the flight attendants,
Get
F
some
you,
noise
F you.
canceling
Oh, my God.
headphones. I was on a flight, my flight back from Sacramento. There was a baby crying, and I had headphones on, and it was fine.
Yeah,
and listen, it's not like, if you're a parent of a crying baby, you
so
already know that people are annoyed, right? But it sucks. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you can't. Not travel, like drive everywhere.
Of course, this guy defaults right to, I know an attorney, and I got rights. I know an attorney. Who doesn't know an attorney, you dummy?
I know a judge. Judge Poundcake.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I'm throwing out your case.
What did you say his tagline was going to be, Bill? He will make.
He'll make you gay.
Yeah. He's on his way to having a $13 million yacht, just like Hudge Hootie. So, anyway, he's like, if I hadn't said anything, we'd be sitting here with a kid crying for 45 minutes, like his screaming solved anything.
Yeah, you would have. It's a baby. You think parents want their kid to cry?
They got off the plane in Orlando and forced the entire flight to be deplaned.
I hate people like that.
And they marched him off by the cops. But, man, I don't know. People are just, everybody's wound so goddamn tight.
Like, I understand I understand like flight complaints if someone stinks or if there's like if you're uncomfortable in your seat. Those are things that like adults can control. But like a baby crying, you just gotta weigh the pros and cons. Like, do I really want to go to jail over a few hour flight for a baby crying? No.
Well, and by the way, any parent will tell you that when you go on vacation with your kids, it's not really a vacation. Right? You're making sure that they're where they're supposed to be. You're taking them places. Yeah, it's not, you're not kicking back on the beach and having a good time. You're basically, you're doing logistics the whole time. Like you're in a different place, you're in nicer weather, but especially if you have a bunch of kids, you're chasing them around, you're getting them dressed.
Feeding them.
Yeah, they want to be fed. Even on vacation, they got to eat.
Yeah.
Hey, here's some dry popcorn. Come on.
You figure it out.
Could you pop it first? No. I got a break. If you like Pink Floyd, the Gilmore Project is celebrating another 50 years of Pink Floyd. This is like a super group. Guys that play for other bands come together to play in the Gilmore Project, and they're coming to Cleveland. They're going to do Sunday, May 14th out at MGM Northfield Park. So if you dig Floyd, hook you up with that coming back. 35192 to text. Another $1,000 on the way, too. You get another crack at the Buzzard bookie coming up at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
course, ghost stories. Listen to Haunted Road Season 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see the Gilmore Project, kind of a super group, guys from other bands, Bob Weir's Rat Dog, and I think there's a King Crimson dude, something. An all-star band exploring the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon. These players that just want to go out, take some time off from their regular bands, and hit you with some Floyd. It's Sunday, May 14th, out at MGM Northfield Park Center Stage. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the info on the show. But if you're a Floyd fan, this would be a good time. The Gilmore Project. 2 tickets for you. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got the Poundcake Sports Break here in a few minutes. Another $1,000 for you to win, too, in about 8 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I was reading a story in Cleveland Scene about how the city of Parma is taking on Big Car Wash. And this jumped out at me because I can't be the only one who's driven around and been like, why are there so many goddamn car washes being built all over the place? They're probably just pure profit. You're paying for soap and water, and that's it. But you go past a car wash, I mean, especially this time of year, there's a line around the, but so many car washes. And they're not small. They take up a lot of space. When we were still at Oak Tree, there was a brand new one there on Broadview Road. There's a brand new one out near where I live. All over the place, car washes are getting built. And Parma is pushing back. They passed a 6-month moratorium on building car washes. And they said, we're still getting applications. People want to put them down side streets. They want to put them right next to houses. And they're like, we don't want this in the city of Parma.
We want dirty cars.
If you know nothing about the city of Parma, of course you know how lovely and clean they want their town to remain, not just their cars. They're saying, we're not putting up any more car washes.
Also,
Parma, of course, the 7th largest city in the state. Yes?
Well, if you're driving a car in Parma, don't you want to wash it in your driveway?
Well, there's
your cut-off jean shorts.
But
Socks with sandals.
But there are a lot of cities where they don't let you do that.
Really?
Yeah, because it's an environmental thing, I think. Washing a car in your driveway means a lot of chemicals get into the groundwater, goes in the local sewers. There's entire countries that have a ban on washing your own car. But Parma has put their foot down and said, hey, man, we don't want this anymore. Why are there so many car washes being opened? People love their cars, obviously. They want to keep them clean. It's the cheapest way to maintain your cars, to make it look great. But like I said, it can't be the overhead at a car wash. Once you get it built, you just spend money on soap and water. They said on average, car washes take in about $500,000 to about $900,000 in profits. So the city of Parma, will they push back on just about anything? I don't know about that. There's a lot of things they haven't pushed back on. They haven't pushed back on Italian beef restaurants. They haven't pushed back on Dingus Day. They have pushed back on more car washes being built there.
I think if you're trying to keep your car in good shape, you need to take it to Terry's North Coast Auto.
But they don't wash cars.
They
clean
detail
them. Yeah.
They do detailing.
But this is car washing. Does Terry's wash?
It's a detailing.
That's inside. Do they wash the car?
I'm sure they can wash it. If you
I'm sure they have a hose on premises.
They'll make it clean.
Yeah, they'll take care of it. Jesus, when on our way from, is a good 2-hour trip from Sedona back to the Phoenix airport, and obviously you have to turn in the rental car with a full tank of gas. And so we were getting down to about 40 miles, and I go, I'm going to pull off into one of these cow towns and get some gas. And so I pulled in some little town called Red Rock or I don't know what in Arizona, and they got like a gas station right next door to like a pie shop or something. And as I'm pumping, I notice there's a sign that says, this Sunday, which would have been this past Sunday, this Sunday, last chance to get gas. It says fill up now, last chance to get gas until June 3rd. They just shut, and mind you, this was like the only thing in this little town, and they are shutting down their gas pumps for a month.
To do what?
Don't know. That was all the information that was there. So I'm sure the locals know what that's all about, but it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know if it's got something to do with transporting. I don't know what. But I was like, wow, it's a good thing we got in here when we did. It cost me $100 because gas was $5.49 a gallon. Cost me $100 to fill up my rental car.
Brian did the thing where he prepaid, which I have never done.
Well, because they overcharge you.
Yeah, it's like $7 a gallon.
Yep, you're way better off filling up your own tank.
And he is someone who travels twice a year. You know, me.
Why didn't you tell him not to do that?
I wasn't with him when he rented the car.
Oh, he didn't tell you he was going to do it.
Because he got there before you, right?
Yeah, he got in a day before I did, and we were just kind of, he picked me up, and we were just kind of going over everything that happened.
He should have availed himself of your travel wisdom.
Well, I booked the rental car. Like, I booked it through my Perks website, and we got a good deal on it and all that kind of stuff. But then when he was saying all this stuff that he added on, he rented a car, a booster seat, and he got the prepaid fuel, and he was like, well, they said it was the same price at the airport as it is. And I was like, look around you. Does anything say $6.99 out here? They lie, you know? But so he was like the opposite, where he was trying to use up all of his gas before he took it back. Because when you prepay it, you return it empty.
Correct.
So he was just driving around,
Oh my God,
trying to use up the
It
gas
sucks
that he had
being
paid for.
a cheap person, or not even cheap, but just like.
Oh, he's cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a poor use of his money, though. If he's trying to be cheap, you're overpaying.
I don't think they got him. They got him on
Yes,
it.
they
They saw
did.
that he was traveling with his daughter because he was like, we have to have a booster seat. I was like, I think she'll be okay for 5 days. She's not like a tiny, small kid, and we're not going to be in the car that much. And he was like, no, I'm going to get a booster seat. And it was $100 or something. I'm like, dude, they took you for a ride. They saw you. Dad with a daughter.
You know,
get him for all he's worth.
Yeah, on the gas tip, slowly but surely, and our bureau chiefs in South Florida know about this. We had talked to some friends who, when we were in Arizona, they were in South Florida for spring break, and it rained the whole time, right? Huge storms in Florida. They had torrential rain, they had flooding, blah, blah, blah. And what that caused was they have major gas issues there. There are huge lines in like Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Like 60% of the gas stations are out of gas. Meanwhile, their governor is on a book tour that nobody cares about. So the people down there in Florida are souring very, very quickly. You know, when you're in line for gas like it's goddamn 1976 and your governor is out there on the road talking about fake woke high school teachers and stuff, that didn't look too good. It's not going to make you real happy with that dummy when he comes back. So big, long gas lines in Florida because of those huge storms came through and sparked a gas shortage. And then, like paper towels during the pandemic, they're like, hey, don't panic buy. Don't run and fill up 4 gallons and put it in your car.
Put it in totes. Put it in Rubbermaid containers.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Hey, it's got the what do they call them? The lock seals on the side. Oh, God. 2 feet of rain in Fort Lauderdale. My daughter went to Fort Lauderdale for spring break, but theirs was like a few weeks back. So when they got there at the right time, just coincidentally, because they had a great time. But if you had gone down there now, like some of our friends did, it was terrible. And that sucks because you're like, you figure the weather in Florida is going to be nice in April for spring break. But they're getting weird storms down there. I have $1,000 for you. You can spend it on gas or whatever else you see fit, or sock it away. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. $1,000 right now. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Poundcake, are you ready for your sports break?
Yes.
Have you done your stretches?
Yes.
Are you smelling any farts that might distract you?
Not
hearing.
now.
What do you say, Bill?
Or hearing them.
Or
he doesn't
hearing
really
them.
smell them. He just hears them.
I didn't hear any today. I think they're scared. I think I scared them off now.
I was going to say, once we put the word out there.
You know, fart shaming people.
Now that but they don't know that we're talking about them. We don't know who they are.
It's a small little. You said it yourself. This office is really small.
Yes, but they're
Everyone
still
hears
operating. But those farters are still operating with impunity. Nobody has caught them. Okay, you're ready?
Mm-hmm.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, Jalen Hurts certainly isn't hurting for no cash. In fact, after signing an extension for the Philadelphia Eagles, he's now the highest yearly paid NFL player in history. Jalen's 5-year extension with the team will earn him just over $250 million, with $180 million guaranteed. After it's all broken down, that's over $50 million a year, beating out Aaron Rodgers by $2 million. Now that hurts. But don't worry, y'all. I'm sure more deductions are still to come after you factor in the settlements after someone accuses him of something, because you know that's coming. I'll be happy to break those figures down for you when those come in. But in the meantime, break me off some bread, Jalen. Also, speaking of hurting, that's an adjective that Domantas Sabonis can relate to after getting stomped out by Draymond Green during Monday night's game. Apparently, things got heated after Domantas fought for a rebound and grabbed Draymond's his ankle after he fell to the floor. He shouldn't have done that, because then he effed around and found out real fast. Draymond then stomped on his chest. Ouch. The video is nuts, and thank God Draymond didn't stomp on those too. Draymond
He has in the past.
I'm just saying, Draymond only received a 1-game suspension while DeMontis is still free to play, but he might miss the game anyways to recover from his sternum injury. He probably learned his lesson though, didn't he? I'll say. And lastly, this is the definition of a sucker punch. What is wrong with kids these days? An 8th grade wrestler is under investigation after sucker punching his opponent when they were going to shake hands. And the match was already over. Dude got pinned, but it's such poor sportsmanship. And it's really uncomfortable to watch. But I did anyways. The incident happened at the Beat the Street tournament. You know, can you believe that? But just like kids, they don't listen. It's called Beat the Street, not Eat the Street. The kid got a mouthful of that mat, and the kid's never going to live it down. The kid's parents are cooperating with the authorities, and the league has come out against that type of conduct. You got to go watch it for yourself if you can stomach it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
So the kid who lost, like curb stomped the other kid, or mat stomped him, or whatever?
No, punched him straight in the nose.
Oh, sucker punch. Okay.
Yeah, the kid that got pinned, they get up and they go to the referees, shake hands. The dude went to go act like he was shaking his hand and then punched him square in the face. And dude falls. It's almost like cartoonish the way the kid went.
Do you
down.
still have the headgear on, or no?
No.
They have,
wow.
Doesn't look like it.
I thought they had the ear. Maybe I have to rewatch the video, but I thought they had the ear things on. But
Yeah, just that. But I mean, that might
no headgear.
take some of the brunt of. Wow.
He ate that, Matt. Forget cauliflower ear. Dude gonna have cauliflower mouth for the entire year.
Yeah, you tell him. Cauliflower mouth.
Poor kid. Eighth grade
Jeez.
sucks. Right? It's awful.
I saw this. Yeah. If you just search 8th grader sucker punch
it's everywhere.
wrestler, you'll find it.
It's one of those videos that go viral. I'm so glad smartphones, the internet, was not around when I was in school, because I think it was 7th grade or 8th grade. They were suspending people because we had a school assembly in our gym, and they had we were sitting in the rafters, and there was a big girl in our school. She's the biggest girl in our school, and I feel bad for saying this, but it's topical. She was walking down the bleachers, and I don't know if she lost her balance, but she fell and she tumbled all the way. She hit every step on the way down and then rolled onto the floor, and her shirt came up and everything. And all the students were laughing, and they were suspending people. The principals were taking people out and suspending them for laughing. And it's one of those things that I'm sure it's pretty traumatic. Like, I don't think you lived that stuff down in middle school.
Yeah, I'm really glad that camera phones weren't around my first couple of years of wrestling in high school, where I was getting incessantly pinned. I hadn't locked in yet.
Yeah, I retweeted that video on Twitter. It's rough.
So wait till the kid gets like high school. Like they're gonna be like wrestlers or something, and then they're gonna like be rivals.
People asking me if I was kidding when I said that the little ghost bag totem had already been stolen. I was not kidding. On my Instagram, Alan Cox Show, somebody had left a tiny little plastic toy on the ledge outside of the window here, and they put a label on it that said ghost bag. Jeremiah was in here earlier, and he said that the figure was like a little Mario Brothers action figure or whatever.
Character, yeah.
Yeah, and they put the ghost bag thing on it and just left it on the ledge out there. I didn't see anybody drop it, but they put it right on the ledge facing in here, and I posted a photo of it. And then not 5 minutes later, some middle-aged lady just strolling along with her boyfriend or husband or something stops and picks it up and looks at it, walks away with it as though it were a gift for her. Obviously, she would have no idea what it was.
It was fate.
Fate?
For her?
Well, listen, great for her. I'm sure she peeled off the ghost bag label. She had no idea what that was. But yeah, very, very quickly it was stolen. Now, should I have gone out and gotten it? I don't know. I didn't care enough about it. Whoever dropped it off, thank you, because that is funny. But I wasn't going to go out there and grab it. So maybe it was meant for that woman to grab. What do I know? Hey, Dan.
Yes.
What's going on, Dan?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
Who is it, Alan?
The very same, yes.
Yes. You want to know why all these car washes are being built? Because in my city, we have 107 of them. It's for money laundering.
You have like Breaking Bad.
Yeah, exactly. They all stole this idea from Breaking Bad. They cannot confirm or deny how many car washes they do. So if a car wash deposits $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 every day, nobody's there counting how many cars they wash.
So what you're saying is they're not only laundering cars.
No, not laundering cars, laundering money.
Laundering money. As long as you don't burn it.
Washing cars, laundering money.
You won't. Yeah, I guess so. As long as you're not burning that money, you won't attract any. Yeah,
exactly.
but they all.
I'll
take you at your word, Dan. I'm sure that does make sense. But also, like I said, once you get it built, it's like a parking lot, right? It's just pure profit. I mean, once the thing's built.
It is. It is. But, I mean, look, my city, George Ridgeville, has probably 8 car washes. How much business can they be doing to take up this prime real estate?
Well, like I said, man, there's always a line around, any of these car washes, and they're brand new and they're high tech.
You're going to have one or two of those.
Yeah.
But you do not have to confirm or deny how many cars you wash that day and how much you did not deposit.
Right. Yeah, okay. Well, you might be onto something there. I mean, listen, pop culture is a great directive for what happens in real life. So you might be onto something, Dan. Tell you what, I'm going to need you posted outside. I'm going to need you posted outside one of these with binoculars and just take copious notes of what happens there, Dan, and report back to me, okay?
Well, I've already responded to you like 1 or 2 your ads about people being able to mail from an institution.
Oh, did you write me some prison mail?
No. No, but I told you they could still write you.
Oh, you told me that. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Dan.
All right, Bob.
All right, there's Dan out there in North Ridgeville. You know what town is right next to North Ridgeville? Right on the other side of the Bradley Woods. The fine city of North Olmsted. And North Olmsted, I think.
That's where my dad grew up.
What?
That's where my dad grew up.
Your dad never grew up.
Peter Pan.
He's still a child at heart, isn't he?
No.
He's not?
He's the oldest man.
Oh, come on. Isn't North Olmsted where we're going to have Buzzard Fest?
No, that's North Ridgeville.
It is?
Yeah.
Right where he just called from?
Yeah.
So Buzzard Fest is going to be right next to North Olmsted.
North Olmsted's right next to Berea.
Oh, that's exciting. I can't wait. Well, go to WMMS.com. Get all the details on Buzzard Fest. Well, as many as we have for you. We just announced the date. It's going to be Friday, August 4th at Victory Park in North Ridgeville. There it is, in print. Hey, you were right. Mm-hmm. And Rover will have the entire lineup for you next Tuesday morning. But the early
very
bird
excited
tickets.
about this lineup.
Yeah, it's great. Early bird tickets are $40. So go to WMMS.com and get all the details. Get your tickets now, and we'll have more info for you. Okay, I got a break. You want to send a text? 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on
deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thank you one more time to Baffle Wagwagon for helping out today in the video department. While you are at AlanCoxShow.com, make sure you get those early bird tickets for the return of Buzzard Fest. We announced yesterday to tell you that it's coming August 4th out of Victory Park. And early bird tickets start at $40. We'll have the lineup, all the details for you next week, Tuesday morning with Rover. You want to talk to Jenna?
Yeah.
Live out in Poland?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Jenna.
Hello.
How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I haven't gotten too many voicemails from you over the past couple of days. You doing okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Still get those. What's going on, Jenna?
I was just calling to confirm that I am going to Bill's show on Saturday.
Hey! Look at that, out in Y-Town. That's out in your neck of the woods, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I need 2 tickets because I'll be going with my mother.
Okay,
Wait, okay, so you want tickets from Bill. You didn't buy tickets.
I said I'd take care of her. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll make sure I have some tickets set aside for you.
Is there more than one show Saturday?
Saturday, just one.
Okay.
Just one at 7 p.m.
Has Jenna already hit you up for tickets?
No. But what's your last name, Jenna? Can we say that on?
Well,
the-
I mean,
yeah.
that's up to her, I guess. What?
My last name is Sefcik.
Okay. Sefcik.
Yes.
Yeah. Listen, wait, she didn't hit you up, but you said you'd take care of her?
Well, last time she called, I mentioned that I was going to be out
I
there.
see.
And that she could, if she wanted to come out, I would set a pair of tickets.
So
aside.
Jenna, you said it's going to be you and your mom?
Yes.
And is your mom excited, or is it? Do the two of you get to go out and do things like that very often, or no?
Yes, we're excited.
Very excited. Well, you sound excited. I mean, sometimes you sound upset.
Yes.
Sometimes you sound angry, but now you sound excited. Well, you should be excited. A Bill Squire live show is something to definitely F with, as the kids say.
Mm-hmm.
What else is going on, Jenna? How will you prepare to go see Bill Squire live?
How will I prepare? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I was taking a sip. Will you wear a special dress? Will you go to dinner beforehand? What will you make an evening out of it with your mom?
We'll plan something.
Okay, well, good. So just you and your mom. What time is the show, Bill?
7 p.m.
All right. Well, now Jenna will be there. There's another reason. People don't need more reasons to go see Bill Squire, right? They're all there in front of you. New poster.
Great new jokes.
Great new jokes. Jenna's going to be there. Now, will you put Jenna prominent? I mean, will you? Well, that'll be up to the club.
Well, it doesn't matter where we put her because you can't see.
No, for your purposes, not hers. You're going to make her mad again.
No, we'll put you in a good seat, of course.
You'll mostly be hearing the show, though, right, Jenna?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, well, good. And what time's the show again?
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
At the Funny Farm in Youngstown.
The Funny Farm.
Saturday.
Jenna, have you ever gone to see a show at the Funny Farm?
No.
So this will be your first. You've seen a comedy show before, though.
I was in a stand-up comedy on my Echo Dot.
Okay, but have you gone to a show?
No.
You've never gone to a stand-up show. Okay.
No.
But you'll listen to it on your Alexa, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Have you ever had anyone from the other side contact you through your Alexa?
No.
No, I've had my dad hit me up.
This is your father speaking from the Alexa.
Yeah, my late father is always trying to contact me through the Alexa. I don't know if it's wired improperly. Yeah. Don't you have trouble with your Alexa, Jenna? You leave so many voicemails where you have so many problems with your Alexa.
Well, actually, lately I've been asking it because on iHeart 90s, I heard Save Tonight by Eagle Eye Cherry, and I wanted to know when it was released. And they keep giving me this bullcrap answer. It was released in September 1st of 2004. I'm like, that ain't right.
It was 1997.
Thank you.
I remember playing that song on the radio in the late 90s. Save Tonight came out in 1997. It was kind of a one-hit wonder for that guy. October 7th, 1997, Jenna.
Thank you.
All right, listen. I appreciate you calling live. Always good to catch up with you. And Bill looks forward to seeing you in Youngstown at the Funny Farm.
Okay, Dan.
All right, bye, Jenna.
Bye, Jenna.
There's Jenna out in Poland who has gotten her mom to agree to go to a show for some gratis tickets. What's the matter? Nothing's wrong with that, right?
No.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be the best.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Whatever happened to that Eagle Eye Cherry? His sister comes from a very musical family. His sister, Nena Cherry, had a big hit song in the 80s. They were the children of Don Cherry, who was a legendary jazz trumpeter. It's a very musical family. But I never heard what happened to that Eagle Eye Cherry. You'll still hear that song pretty frequently. She hears it on the iHeart 90s channel, and that would be late 90s. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there, too.
Hey, Alan, what happened to your 2 fake hours to midnight? You're not promoting it anymore. They give you the kibosh on that, or you're just not doing it anymore. I'm just wondering. You're promoting the crap out of it for a couple weeks, and I ain't heard a word.
Is he taking a bath? What's going on there? Why did he say 2 fake hours to midnight? I don't understand what he's talking about there.
Right. It's 2 hours until midnight.
Shut up, Bill. 2 hours to midnight is our metal show. And we are still promoting the hell out of it. I don't know what he's talking about, but no, Saturday night, 10 to midnight. Very excited.
Any local
Couldn't
bands
be
this
more.
week?
Yes. Local music from Replicas and Adrift on River Styx. Going to be playing a band called Entheos. Great, great band who is taking one of my favorite bands out on the road with them. Band called Signs of the Swarm, an amazing band from Pittsburgh who I'm hoping will blow up. Mary loves this stuff. Signs of the Swarm is an unbelievable band. They just dropped brand new stuff. So good. It's unbelievable how good these guys are. Oh, God.
It's unbelievable that you think this is music.
So good. Listen to that. Precision.
It makes my throat hurt.
Oh, it's so good.
Throat?
Just keep going. So good. Oh, it's like it's stuck. So good. I love it. Love it. I don't know why this band isn't the biggest band on the planet, but so I'm not playing Signs of the Swarm on Saturday night, but I'm playing Entheos. We're playing Carcass and Down and Overkill and Anthrax and all kinds of stuff. So Fear Not. That I don't know what his what's going on. But while he's taking a bath. But no, 2 hours to midnight is our metal show here on MMS, and it will be on Saturday night, as the name implies, at 10 o'clock. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, will have brand new music from Replicas and Adrift on River Styx, 2 local bands. And I've been playing just a couple of local songs week to week, but we'll probably up it a little bit. I'll play some Slayer Deep Cut by request. I've got a band I'm very excited about from Madagascar
Oh, yeah.
that I'm going to play for you called Loarano. So all that and more. If you're in a band or you just want to send me a request, the email is 2htm@wmms.com. 2 hours
Until midnight.
2 hours to midnight. Saturday night here on WMMS. So worry not. Poundcake, you going to watch that Anna Nicole Smith documentary? Is that on your radar?
So I saw one already. This must be a new one.
New on Netflix. May 16th it starts streaming called You Don't Know Me.
Well, yeah, I probably will watch it, but it's going to break my heart. Like, all these tragic Hollywood stories, and I feel like she died of a broken heart, much like Lisa Marie.
Or a drug overdose.
Much like Lisa Marie. She had a kid that died, and she blamed herself for it.
Yeah, he died in her hospital room. That's the sad part. She gets knocked up because she's just another. There's a million of these in this country, just hot bumpkins, right? Good-looking hill rods that just whatever that.
Even when she was
genetic
fat,
bouillabaisse is, you end up with these and they break out and they're super cute, but they get knocked up at 12 or whatever. No, she gets knocked up at 17 by some townie, and she has a kid, and he has just as many problems as she did, and
she didn't really know how to.
No, the whole thing's tragic from front to back. Her son,
it's heartbreaking.
I think it was 20 at the time, when she was in the hospital giving birth to her daughter, right? The one that there was all that mishigas over, the custody stuff with Larry Burkhead and all that.
With the money.
She was in, and her son OD'd in her hospital room because he was stealing her morphine. Anyway, I don't know if that's going to be in the documentary, but Anna Nicole Smith died 2007, and her son had died a year before.
How could it not be in the documentary, though? Like, that's
I don't know.
That was her demise. That was what took her down.
I just remember there was a guy I knew from my time in Pittsburgh, a guy named Cyril Wecht. He was the medical examiner for Allegheny County. He was county coroner, still alive, but he was a very high-profile guy. I don't know how he got to be that way, but he was like this medical examiner they would go to for like TV shows and documentaries, and he was the guy who was overseeing Daniel Smith's examination. I think he probably did Anna Nicole Smith too. But yeah, a year before she died, and I always forget how old she was. I always think she died at like 23. She was 39. She's almost 40. And she had just given birth in the Bahamas. And her son died during the hospital stay there, and then she died a year later. And then they went, because she married the old guy. It was a whole thing. But the Anna Nicole Smith documentary, that's the kind of thing that sticks in my brain as being a bullseye for Poundcake, Cody Helpful Brown.
For whatever reason, my mother told me this out of her mouth. And if she
How else is she going to tell you?
Well, I'm just
She
saying.
write him a note.
She didn't. But this goes against everything that she raised me with. Like, she said, I love Anna Nicole Smith. She was a gold digger, but she did it well. I was like, what? So you just married some rich old guy?
She loved that old man.
She said, I loved
She
Anna Nicole
adored
Smith.
him.
She said she was a gold digger, but she played it. She did it step by step.
Yeah, but she didn't get any money, did she? The whole
Yes, she
family.
did.
I thought the family iced her out in court.
What she got, that's why my mom says she respects her, because she put her, she had a home video camera and what was supposed to be like home movies just to remember his life, blah, blah, blah. And she said, will you tell the camera what you told me the other day? What you said to me in bed? He said, I leave all my estate, all my assets or whatever. And that was the tape that was refuted in court with
Well,
his
yeah, because
family.
she didn't get all of the. Yeah, they could. The family made the case that the guy was 200 years old
under
and
duress or whatever. Or,
not of sound and mind, as you would say.
But the kid ended up being the heir to that fortune.
The daughter.
The daughter. And the family has to fight that. Like, the family is the one that's iced out.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, if they don't fight, then the kid gets the money. So that's why they're fighting it. So when there's billions of dollars up for grabs, of course there's going to be some lawsuits.
But Larry Burkhead is the guy in charge of her. That's her dad.
And I don't even know what the kid looks like now, the daughter.
She's got to be 16 years old, right? I mean, what's the math on that?
I don't know.
She had her in 2006. A little bit younger than my older daughter.
But you got enough money to keep a low profile.
Hi, it's me, Anna Nicole. got married when I was 17 years old, and I thought to myself, I'm so lonely. If I have a baby, I'll never be lonely again.
Daniel was the reason why she wanted to get out of Texas. Everything that she did was for Daniel.
In Houston, in walks this gorgeous girl. She appeared to be very naive, but no one needed to give her any pointers on how to attract a man.
I want lots of money to make my dreams come true.
Then she met J. Howard Marshall.
Remember her real name? Anybody remember Anna Nicole Smith's real name?
Yes, it was Baffle Wagwagon.
No wonder she changed it. Nobody's gonna J.O. to a guest girl named Baffle Wagwagon. You want to give her like a really good name. Yeah. What was Anna Nicole Smith's, without Googling, what was her real name?
Brittany.
She was born in Houston, Texas, 1967.
Anna Nicole Zuckerberg.
Brittany is a great guess, but no.
What's it start with?
V.
Oh, Vanessa.
Victoria.
A version of that.
Victorina. Victor.
Just Vicky?
Just Vicky.
Ooh, Vicky Lynn.
Wow, that is country. You
Vicky's
get a nickname as a name.
Now, why did you say Vicky Lynn?
Because that's hillbilly.
That is
Mary
exactly
Lynn.
her name.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
Her name was Vicky Lynn Hogan.
Yeah.
Wow, well done.
I'm Mary Lynn. You think I didn't know?
That's your first name is Mary Lynn, right?
Yes.
It's not your middle name.
That's even worse.
Her name was Vicky Lynn Hogan.
What's worse?
Wow, good on you.
Vicky Lynn Hogan or Mary Lynn Louise?
Shades of difference,
Exactly.
really. I mean, yeah. Vicky Lynn Hogan switched to Anna Nicole Smith. I don't know when, but you know.
Her given name was Vicky.
Vicky.
That's what I'm saying. You
Lynn
get a
Hogan,
nickname
yes.
for a first name.
Yeah.
Like people say, if your name's Victoria, like call you Vicky. No, my real name's what's Vicky short for? Vicky.
I think there's a lot of people that just name their kid Vicky. It's also one of those shows like names that no one's using anymore.
My aunt's name is Vicky, and I don't know if her name is Victoria or not.
Right.
I mean, just about Anna Nicole Smith.
Vicky's such a weird name. The more we say
it is,
like,
isn't it?
Vicky.
I think every 10 years, there's another Marilyn Monroe. And I think at her time, Anna Nicole Smith was like a Marilyn Monroe.
Who's ours now?
I was going to say,
Kim
she's been dead
Kardashian.
for a while. Huh?
Kim Kardashian is our Marilyn Monroe now.
Okay.
She's the biggest sex symbol that the world has ever seen. Literally. she has
Ever
a sex
seen?
tape. Yes. She's
What about Mary
definitely-
Pickford?
Or Mary Santora.
No, she's the most famous. She's
All right.
Kim Kardashian.
You ain't going to see Kim Kardashian picking up 20s off the ladies' bathroom floor.
That's what makes me a sex symbol, Alan. Approachably hot. All right?
Yeah.
You look at my stuff, you're like, I could probably bang her.
I could totally bang Mary
She's
Lynn
within
Louise.
my wheelhouse.
If Marilyn Monroe had a makeup line and like a corset line, then she would be the most famous. But Kim Kardashian just monetized everything.
Well, Vicky Lynn Hogan was the only daughter of her two parents. She had 5 half-siblings on her father's side. She failed freshman year in high school and then dropped out. And then got into Playboy. Now, you might say to yourself, well, she really blew up after being in Playboy. Let's see what happens when Bill Squire, who's currently in the May issue of Hustler magazine, blows up from that. I hope that it ends better for Bill than it did for Anna Nicole
Some
Smith.
people think I'm naked in it. I'm not naked in it.
You might be. His
Don't
emotions are naked.
Don't undersell it.
His interview is raw.
Yeah.
Do you think that a Guess Jeans campaign is anywhere in your future?
Guess that these are actually
sweatpants.
Sweatpants, yeah.
Are Guess
Guess
Jeans
that these
even
have
a
a
thing?
stretch waist.
Yeah, I still wear the jeans I got on right now are Guess
Well,
jeans.
no, but is it still a thing? You've had them for a while, right, or no?
Yeah, I had them for a while, but I think I bought them at a Guess.
I remember dating. Yeah, I remember there was a. It wasn't a Guess store though. It was like a Paul Marciano store. Whoever the guys that founded Guess had in the early 90s, because I was dating a girl who worked at Hooters right next door, and I dropped her off at work. And right next door there was a Paul Marciano store, like pre-Guess, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember.
But I wasn't even sure if Guess was a thing anymore. But she was so closely identified with Guess. She really put them on the map, I think. I don't know.
Guess was such a status thing. Even in like 5th grade, I remember there was kids that had Guess jeans, and my mom would not buy us Guess jeans because she's like, you're just going to grow out of them, which is a good point. Like,
Well, you're going to grow out of anything. Oh,
Yeah.
she didn't want to spend all the money on yeah.
So
You can wear Wranglers.
Yep, that's what we did. Wranglers. We just go to Kmart and get some Wranglers.
Tractor stop.
She's like, nobody cares about your jeans, Bill.
I care about my dungarees, Mom. I want to get them from Farm and Fleet. Guess is one of the companies who has refused to cease operations in Russia following the invasion of Ukraine. Well, there you go. They're like, we're not going to stop selling jeans just because they invaded another country. I got to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. Corey Roddick Experience after 6:30 tonight. You'll be in good hands there. Another $1,000 is not far off from the Buzzard bookie. That's on the way at 6:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.